que foram decisivas para a realização deste evento. Realwood Home Store, Lone Star Gramado, Artimil Equipamentos, Grupo Sonnenschein Danças Folclóricas e Sítio Tradição. Também agradecemos o apoio da Prefeitura de Gramado na realização deste evento. Para dar as boas-vindas, convidamos o senhor presidente da Câmara Texana de Comércio no Brasil, Max Paul.
Bom dia a todos. Queria novamente agradecer a presença de cada um dos senhores e das senhoras aqui presentes e dizer que o nosso dia vai começar de uma forma muito interessante. O John e a Tracy já estão online. Eu acredito que as apresentações que serão iniciadas agora vão enriquecer bastante tudo que nós já falamos, em termos de entrega. Então, eu não vou alongar muito mais, porque, em verdade, o John e a Tracy já estavam online, e a ideia, naturalmente, é cumprir com os nossos objetivos, mas também respeitar a questão do horário. Eles estão com 2 horas a menos do que a gente, e se eles já estão online, então eles acordaram bem cedo. Mas, enfim, não vou alongar muito, tomar tempo de mais ninguém, vou deixar que a apresentação siga, mas, antecipadamente, eu só tenho a agradecer a presença de cada um dos senhores e senhoras aqui. Bom dia, bom evento, e vamos dar prosseguimento.
Para darmos início à primeira apresentação desta manhã e apresentar o tema Caminhos para a Prosperidade do Texas e do Rio Grande do Sul no pós-Covid-19, centros de inovação como catalisadores para o desenvolvimento econômico, estratégias e abordagens municipais que fomentam o crescimento econômico, melhores práticas nos Estados Unidos e no Texas, convidamos a senhora Tracy McDaniel, CEO da Chip Structures, e, na sequência, John Cutino, CEO do portal Commerce e Logistics.
Of TIP strategies and brings a global perspective to local strategies. Throughout her 30-year career, Tracy has advised and supported 5 governors in all facets of economic development. She has led marketing efforts in over 51 countries, including Brazil. Tracy is a trusted advisor to CEOs, nonprofits, public organizations, and private enterprises. She is a recognized trailblazer in the economic development and travel marketing industry. She's been a trusted advisor to CEOs, nonprofits. Tracy serves as the past chair of International Economic Development Council and board member of the Department of Energy Environmental Management Advisory Board. She has served as president and CEO for 2 separate state-level marketing and lead generation organizations. First in New Jersey, where she was appointed by then newly elected New Jersey Governor Chris Christie and business leaders to serve as the founding CEO of Choose New Jersey, and later in Texas, where she headed up the Texas Economic Development Corporation. Her expertise in international business development and marketing spans more than 50 countries. She has also served as Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer of the Greater Houston Partnership, where she teamed with business leaders to raise more than $32 million and to devise and execute the Opportunity Houston campaign. And I had the genuine, distinct pleasure to work with Tracy for 4 years during her tenure at the Greater Houston Partnership. Thank you so much, Tracy, for participating.
Thank you, John. It's a pleasure being here. Bom dia, good morning. It is very early in Austin, Texas, but I'm so happy to be here with each of you.
Great. Well, the theme we're addressing today are some sharing best practices and some provocations on how we can build and strengthen the Texas-Rio Grande do Sul relationship. But first, Tracy, what is TIP Strategies? If you could tell us a little bit about TIP Strategies, what are your mission, goals, and services to communities?
Absolutely, John. TIP Strategy stands for Theory into Practice. And we are a firm that's made up of practitioners, people who have led economic development or workforce initiatives around the country, mostly in Texas. Our firm has offices in both Austin, Boston, and Seattle. We are celebrating 26 years of operations. We serve over 400 different communities throughout our span of the life of our company. And those types of engagements include strategic planning, economic development, business development strategies, talent attraction and workforce, and also organizational development. How can you build a stronger organization that is built for growth?
With COVID hitting communities very differently and very hard, there's been a great response at federal, state, local, and private levels to those communities. How have communities in Texas and throughout the United States returned to growth, responding to the challenges of COVID?
You know, it's been very interesting to see how many of the communities around the country are responding. If a community had a strategic plan that helped them with strategies to grow businesses, whether they are large anchor institutions or small businesses, they were looking at those strategies. How do we reinforce those? How do we help bring or reboot our businesses to bring them back in a more vibrant community? How do we make them stronger than before? Because I think if anything we learned during this pandemic, that there are huge disparities in growth for some businesses and not necessarily all. We also learned that we had to restructure and rethink about our demands on our supply chain. So what does that look like in our communities? So supply chain management, restructuring are things that they're thinking about. Healthcare is another one. What does healthcare infrastructure look like? And telehealth. How do we get into the homes of families and schools where our children are and provide healthcare? Technology was on the spotlight, as many of you know, from IT to AI, chip manufacturing, electric vehicles, cybersecurity, all of those things are very important. But the base and the foundation that we found across all communities was, what does our infrastructure for broadband look like? And are we equipped for the future? And with that, we also know that there are going to be demands on our workforce where we have hybrid models. And so communities are trying to prepare their businesses for the companies that are saying, we want to have employees here for a few days, but allow them to work from home and be productive there. So what is the infrastructure that's needed to support that? I think the other things, and I know, John, we're going to talk about this a little more, but innovation districts, how do we really put a spotlight and look at growth in anchor areas that are common to our communities? And these are mature sectors that have been around for a long time, but how do we look at innovation? How do we look at higher growth opportunities within these sectors in each community? And the big one, and I don't have to say this, so many communities are faced either with shortages for talent and workforce attraction. How do we fill the skills gap that exists in the workforce today so we can be stronger and more resilient as we move into the future? Not only future jobs, but jobs that employers are looking for over the next 5 to 10 years. Those are some of the things that we're seeing. A big spotlight also has been on entrepreneurship and small businesses. How do we grow our own? How do we collaborate with other sister cities internationally to make sure that we're growing small businesses and have those relationships for trade? Those are some of the things that we've seen over the last several months that are happening in communities. And the greatest thing is it's not done. I mean, these communities are still out there exploring opportunities so they can grow toward the future, so they can support businesses large and small. And diversification of industry is very important so they can be more resilient. John?
Great. With the technology advances, we're able to do this event today in a hybrid fashion. The COVID pandemic has accelerated adoption and use of a lot of technologies for video conferencing. It's making bridging those international barriers and frontiers much more accessible, and by that, more equitable for opportunities and results. What do you see as the future of post-COVID for this trend towards international video conferencing, and maybe it means less travel or better directed, better used travel resources? Has TIP strategies gotten involved with that response?
Absolutely. As you can imagine, our business had to pivot immediately because we have clients around the US. We have had representation in about 5 different countries. So we had to understand what the technology is, number one, and 2, how to use it in the most engaging way with our clients, stakeholders, and businesses around the US, and in particular in Texas. So I do think you hit something that's very important. Even though we all know that travel, we will be traveling again. Business travel will happen. But I think we've had an opportunity to really look at more inclusive practices to include not only international platforms, so we can have a good example is I was the past chair of IEDC, the International Economic Development Council, which is our trade association in the US for economic developers. Our international participation almost doubled. And that's because we weren't asking people to write a check and travel to certain locations. So we do see some benefits and factors that have really created opportunities since this pandemic has occurred. And technology has allowed us to not only continue our business, but in some ways accelerate and even be more inclusive. So I think this is a great opportunity for Texas and Brazil to continue, and the US to continue to collaborate in ways by bringing the anchor use institutions, businesses, higher education, looking at innovation hubs and accelerators across both markets, and really working together in ways we haven't seen before, because we do now have these strong technology platforms.
Great. Well, Tracy, you've been extremely successful with the Opportunity Houston campaign, Choose New Jersey, Texas Economic Development Corporation. Given your experience with economic development in general, what makes a municipal and state strategy successful in developing its economy?
You know, one of the things that this relationship with Texas and Brazil has been strong for years. When I was working for the governors in Texas, it existed then. And the thing that makes it work is the collaboration and communication, understanding the attributes and industries on both sides, looking at ways that we can continue to collaborate and grow companies. You know, the best thing municipalities and governments can do is make sure it's easy to do business in those markets. So streamlining processes and understanding the needs of industry is critical. But I think as we grow and look over the next 5 to 10 years, we really have to put a strong focus on talent and workforce. And what that means as we build jobs for the future. What do companies need to be stronger and more resilient? And what that is human capital. It's the people. So I think we are challenged today to look at how we fill those skill gaps. How do we attract talent? How do we address remote workers? Now people are so accustomed to the technology platforms that exist. I could live anywhere and work. And that's a beautiful opportunity. So we're going to see more of that. How do we make our communities more resilient and build infrastructure that supports remote working? Those are some of the challenges that I see in the future, but I think they're all challenges that can be embraced. And particularly, I think it gives some advantages to Texas and Brazil in working together.
Can you talk a little bit about fostering consensus or strong, committed leadership over time? The kind of leadership and consensus that is more than a government policy, it's like a state or regional policy. It survives successive administrations. I think experience working with you, I remember the landmark Perryman report and the consensus around 5 or 6 strategic sectors to develop your economy, to attract and retain talent in areas like aviation, aerospace, biotech, nanotech, logistics and distribution, oil and gas. Are there any lessons there that Texas could talk to Rio Grande do Sul, could share with Rio Grande do Sul about maintaining continuity on very important priority projects?
Well, I think the thing that comes to mind when you think about consistency and longevity is a plan. One of the things that Texas and I would also say Brazil has done, they're very keen and have identified the key markets for growth, for high growth opportunities in each of the areas as far as industry. And understanding your industry key leaders is important. Understanding the demands of the workforce is very important. And the plan that Perryman did is one that is still used today. So having those roadmaps, if you will, that really say, here's where we're going to invest, this is where our dollars and focus will be, and making sure that everything that with the private industry to get this right. And those are sustainable relationships that can last beyond and grow with any community.
Great, thank you. As it was presented yesterday, Rio Grande do Sul is a historic leader in advanced manufacturing, metallurgy, automotive, furniture, footwear and apparel, leather, rice, petrochemicals. Companies like Verdão and Tramontina have a strong Texas presence. The restaurant chain Fogo de Chão, which started in Rio Grande do Sul, I believe has 4 restaurants in Texas, and you have said you may have been to all of them.
Every last one of them, I think.
Well, what do you see on the horizon as the main opportunities for Texas and Rio Grande do Sul?
You know, I think the pandemic really put a spotlight on supply chain and how we restructure supply chain opportunities, which crosses all of those industries, understanding the demands on both sides, understanding not only speed to market, but how we could collaborate even closer with our technology, with our innovation. I think those are opportunities. You know, if you look at where people are discussing where the opportunities are. We talk about electric vehicles. We talk about cybersecurity, AI. It all falls in this technology foundation, if you will. So collaborations around technology and how we can become stronger and restructure a supply chain where we both can work together, I think is really important.
And is TIP Strategies structured in a way that can help build those bridges between Texas and Brazil?
Our focus is really on building, working with communities to build strategies for growth and support businesses at the community level. So that's where TIP comes in, working at that level. But it always, those strategies are developed to grow businesses, create business development opportunities, looking at workforce opportunities, talent attraction. And so I think, yes, TIP is prone to be there for communities and help in those collaborations and build strong strategies for the future.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tracy, for your commentary and comments. Very much appreciated. If you could stay on perhaps and comment on this next discussion, which I will lead on the innovation centers as catalysts for economic growth. I will share screen here, or let's see. Can we share screen? Okay. Are you seeing the screen? Okay, great. Well, part of the success story in Texas recently is about Austin. And Shirley Temple yesterday mentioned a lot of the business relocations and expansions that have happened in Austin. I'm proud to say I'm an alumnus, and Tracy as well, of the University of Texas at Austin. And there's a story to be told here. That triple helix that so much is said, business, government, and academic, was the nexus or the critical mass that got Austin started. In 1983, coming out of a kind of boom and bust cycle for oil and gas in the Texas market, a critical infrastructure piece was acquired in Austin. This MCC Sematech a company, a consortium of Japanese American to build semiconductors, and that kind of got Austin really going with its business, academic, and private sector government relationship. In 1989, the Austin Technology Incubator was formed with participation from George Kosmetsky, who was an angel investor for Dell. And the Austin Technology Incubator is the oldest technology incubator in the United States. It has, at 32 years old, it has recorded economic, the friendly environment and infrastructure that you had in Austin, from a sleepy, potentially sleepy college town, state capital, into a emerging global leader. So much so that Tesla, Oracle, and the Formula One racetrack, Formula One races have now called Austin their home. Should say also, as an aside, I used to live 10 years in Austin. Where I used to live is now the Oracle headquarters, so they bulldozed everything there. So what is the secret sauce? What is the recipe for success in an innovation hub? And I'd like to kind of go back to the theory of clusters and the competitive advantage of nations, comparative advantage of nations. Michael Porter, he says firms, not nations, compete. And building on what Tracy talked about in supply chains, companies can only compete to the extent that their supply chains are competitive. So in that environment, Austin brought, and Texas brings all of the necessary ingredients, like top universities in research and development, tier 1. University of Texas at Austin alone, it has $650 million annually dedicated for research and development. Now, I should say that is surpassed in Texas by Texas A&M College Station with more than $1 billion annually in research and development. But with that, you have a great opportunity to recruit top talent and have a strong base in human resources. Yesterday, Shirley presented about the business-friendly environment in Texas, the tax incentives, the ease of which you can get certificates and permits, the low tax structure, low taxes, and the right to work, that Texas is not a mandatory union state. It's a right to work state. Strong infrastructure, low cost of living, including housing and electricity, having a deregulated power grid. Should say, though, Austin, those housing prices are going up and going up fast. You put a house on the market in Austin, Texas, and it will sell very quickly. Mobility, quality of life, environment, and strong leadership. All of these factors contribute to what made Austin so successful. And Tracy, if you want to comment, stop me at any moment.
Sure, thank you.
And a good deal, it may not be widely known, but a good deal of the actual theory on clusters, arranjos produtivos locais, as you call them in Brazil, comes from the experience of Austin, and specifically a lot of the work done by David Gibson, an emeritus professor at the University of Texas at Austin in the Innovation Creativity Capital Institute, IC². He developed the concept of the Technopolis Wheel of Influencers. 7 sectors: university, the federal, state, and local governments, and then your third sector support groups, business chambers, and nonprofit and organizations. That all of these working together for common goals is what, over time, is what put Austin in the driver's seat to win some of these bids for the MCC in the 80s that just grew on itself and now has led Austin to be the kind of town where everybody wants to go. As Elon Musk said, if we go back to this clipping, Elon Musk predicts Austin, Texas will be the next boom town for the next 50 years. So, bringing it home, here is a provocation to our audience in Rio Grande do Sul. This is just a selection of some of the ecosystems, business incubators in Austin, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio. I think I threw one with Lubbock in there. A lot of them linked to private companies, a lot linked to the triple helix of business, academic, and private companies. There is a plethora of organizations dedicated to economic development with support resources, with access to capital, venture capital, angel investors. And Texas has a wealth of that. Well, Rio Grande do Sul is also very strong. Rio Grande do Sul has leading members of the International Association of Science Parks, IASP, and Protec, the National Association of Science Technology Parks in Brazil, and FEVALE, one of the hosts of this event, participants in this event, has a strong presence in technology. So there's a natural fit to link Rio Grande do Sul and Texas. And this would bring a great value to investors, value to the companies that are startups and entrepreneurs. Should we be able to make this link with the Texan Chamber opening a branch in Rio Grande do Sul and our contacts in Texas and the business and government mix, academic, which we'll see later today, very strong, that we can add value and bring scale and scope to the economic development opportunities for companies installed in Texas. Mission, a trade mission we could take to Houston, just as an idea. This is a great work done by the Greater Houston Partnership, their Houston Tech Report and their Houston Business Insider that really delimit the tech ecosystem in Houston. And here you can see the geography. I like this because it has a map of where things are. You can actually kind of visualize what it might be if you visit Texas and where you might go. And even in the downtown area, the Innovation Corridor, which follows a light rail. And maybe, Tracy, you could talk a little bit about how the Innovation Corridor got started, but this could be an excellent opportunity to bring Rio Grande do Sul to Texas and to articulate the opportunities that Rio Grande do Sul offers to Texas companies. Tracy, could you talk a little bit about the Houston experience with the Innovation Corridor?
Well, this definitely came after my tenure there, but it was really on the heels of how Houston and the market could be more competitive when it looks at some of these high growth companies. And when Amazon was looking for its headquarters, one of the things that Texas and Houston had to look at is where we land on technology and our innovation. And this was something that happened after that competition. It was a way to shore up and connect all of the dots of the innovation that's going on in the greater Houston area. You know, Houston is known to have the world's largest medical center. There is so much innovation that's going on there in medical devices, healthcare. Also, you have the universities that are core and central to the downtown area, which allow for a lot of competition and collaboration, if you will. We call it co-opetition, when we can collaborate, and then there are opportunities for each of those centers, if you will, to compete in a robust way for business and attracting companies to that market. One of the things that they were able to really build on is a business plan competition that was done by the Rice University and the Rice Alliance. And it became one of the largest competition with a purse of about $2 million for companies who are interested to share their business plan but also relocate to the greater Houston area. So a lot of collaborations, not only from some of the main public and private universities. They had a very strategic effort to include the minority universities that are in the area, like Texas Southern and other universities, to be more inclusive in building this corridor.
Great. You had mentioned about medical hospital. With the large Texas Medical Center and the importance of supply chains. Rio Grande do Sul has a rich history in medical hospital as well. It would be an open opportunity for attracting Rio Grande do Sul businesses to locate perhaps and produce to supply the Texas Medical Center in some of the products, services that it demands. I know that's been a long-time desire and goal of the Texas Medical Center to have its supply chain close to it. So maybe through exporting competitively and then establishing a presence and a physical presence, a factory, a production facility, service facility, that could be a natural fit for an area that would be win-win for both Rio Grande do Sul and Texas.
Excellent opportunity. The Texas Medical Center, I think today, houses over 50 institutions, including medical schools in that area. So there is a lot of opportunity, I think, for both areas.
Great. Well, another provocation to the audience at Hotel Laghetto, events and opportunities. You have events, they're not going away. Maybe they'll be reinvented, refashioned in some way, shape, or form. But we have OTC, the Offshore Technology Conference in Houston, coming up in August. We have at the end of September in Austin, the meeting of the American Association of Port Authorities, their annual meeting, which assembles all of the port authorities in the United States. We also have Break Bulk Americas for shipping, ports and shipping, break bulk, even container, very interesting for the Port of Rio Grande and Wilson Sons, Tecon Rio Grande. Serra Week for Energy in Houston is a leading event worldwide. Of course, you've heard of South by Southwest, Texas State Fair in Dallas. In Rio Grande do Sul, you have Expo Inter, which is a big agro rodeo type of show. The Houston Rodeo, the Expo Cotrijal. You'll like this, Tracy. No me talk. That's a city in Rio Grande do Sul. If you translate it, don't touch me. Maybe that would be MC Hammer's hometown in Rio Grande do Sul. Don't touch me. But it hosts a very important agro and country event, Expo Cotrijal. FIMEC in Novo Hamburgo for footwear, apparel, machinery, which fashions leather and shoes. Movil Sul is the most important furniture show. Every 2 years, it rotates between Bento Gonçalves in Rio Grande do Sul and Arapongas in Paraná State. Now, 2 question marks. Web Summit. Porto Alegre, I believe, is currently competing with Rio de Janeiro to host the Web Summit in 2022. Were that to happen, or maybe South by Southwest, maybe Austin, maybe Texas, Rio Grande do Sul can support the candidacy for Porto Alegre and Rio Grande do Sul to win the Web Summit. Web Summit is fast becoming a leading global event in the IT software sector. And AGAS. AGAS is the Supermarket Association for the state of Rio Grande do Sul. I think there are ample opportunities to bring Rio Grande do Sul products to Texas and organize Texas products to perhaps exhibit at AGAS annual fair for supermarkets. So some other opportunities, thinking about some of the questions and comments from yesterday. I remember Mauro from Novo Hamburgo talking about footwear and apparel and opportunities to come to Texas. Texas is indeed, through the Port of Houston, the principal U.S. port for U.S.-Brazil container trade, and very strong for distributing not only in the Texas region, the Texas Triangle, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, Austin, but also nationally. The importance of having a distribution center and to advance pre-positioning your cargo is also paramount on your success. You need to be in the destination market. The U.S. is so competitive that you need to be able to serve within 24 hours delivery. And Houston and Dallas, San Antonio, all of these regions are very hospitable to attract distribution centers for Texas and the U.S. market. You need to fechar cadeia, close your supply chain or bookend your trade corridor. And to be really successful, you need to have a sales strategy. Need to pre-position your inventory and sell. Really invest in the sales in the destination market. One idea, ideas that have been circulating with OPEX and in other parts of Brazil are to have a kind of itinerant fair, maybe a container, maybe a itinerant type of exhibition that you can travel through the United States, travel through Texas, that would bring a diversity of products and services that your state produces. You may have seen this with countries like Peru, taking their bus all over, the countries all over the United States. The idea, perhaps, of a Casa Rio Grande do Sul, a Rio Grande do Sul house, to travel through Texas with furniture, with leather products, with footwear and apparel. And all of those would be somewhere consolidated in a distribution center. Houston has several distribution centers that do fulfillment. Amazon is very strong in Texas. And fulfillment, pick and pack. You can have your inventory there, develop your e-commerce tools, and sell to the US market from the US. We're here at the Câmara Texana and our members to help you advance on that prospect should there be interest. So that's just a few ideas and a presentation on roads to economic growth, some municipal and local strategies to have resilience, combat, and recover from post-COVID. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present. Thank you, Tracy. If you have any final comments, we're finishing up here, I think.
No, I think this has really been informative and great. And the only other thing I would add with your brilliant ideas, John, is to think of virtual platforms when you are looking at showcasing either products or inventory, because you can get to a lot of places and it may be more cost effective when you're looking internationally too. And I know your firm can help do that. But I really enjoyed this, and thanks for having me.
Thank you. And I guess now we throw it back to Paulo and Mauro, the hosts.
Agradecemos a CEO da Typic Structures, senhora Tracy McDaniel, e ao CEO do portal Commerce e Logistics, senhor John Coutinho, pelas apresentações. E de imediato abrimos o espaço para perguntas à senhora Tracy e ao senhor John Coutinho. Já os participantes online poderão fazer as perguntas para o e-mail contato@betchamber.org para serem respondidas posteriormente.
Bom dia, John. Good morning, Tracy. John, queria parabenizar primeiro pela apresentação que vocês fizeram. Ficou tudo muito fantástico. Em especial, o que você fez de comparativo entre o que nós temos no Texas e o que nós temos aqui no Rio Grande do Sul. Como você lançou um quase desafio a respeito de visitar o Texas no próximo ano, eu devo te antecipar que ontem o vice-presidente da Associação Comercial e Industrial de Novo Hamburgo, ele propôs aqui, e nós aceitamos, de organizar em conjunto uma missão da ACI com a Beth Chamber ao Texas. Então, é muito bem-vinda a sua ideia. Eles não tinham visto ainda a sua apresentação, mas quero te dar já o feedback de que a sua proposta já está aceita e certamente, Tracy, vai ser muito, muito, muito bom, oportuno, né? E por conta disso, só tenho a agradecer. I would like to say thank you very, very much. You help us a lot.
Obrigado, Max. Eu vou falar um pouco em português. Tem sido um grande prazer trabalhar com os gaúchos, as gaúchas do Rio Grande do Sul, ao longo do tempo que representei a região de Houston e agora trabalhando bastante no fomento de relações Texas e Brasil. Cidades como Bento Gonçalves, Novo Hamburgo, São Leopoldo, Canoas, Lajeado, Caxias do Sul, Farroupilha, Carlos Barbosa, mostram uma produção, uma criatividade incrível. Tem que ser descoberta. Temos que fomentar mais esses laços internacionais. Porto do Rio Grande, a inovação de Terminal Santa Clara, cabotagem. Tem também oportunidades entre Texas, na área de estaleiros, de reparo e de cabotagem. Isso seria muito natural. Lagoa dos Patos com o Golfo do México e o Gulf Coast Intracoastal Waterway. Tem muitas empresas especializadas. Foi um grande prazer. Naqueles anos 2009, 10, 11, o Polo Naval, Rio Grande do Sul. Sabemos a história em relação a isso, mas para dinamizar esses mercados, o expertise tem no Rio Grande do Sul, tem no Texas. Só que temos que ter maneiras de articular, e a Câmara Texana é apta para fazer isso. Muito obrigado, Max. Parabéns na Associação Comercial Novo Hamburgo e Campo Bom, Estância Velha. Vai ser um grande prazer desenvolver esses novas atividades.
Temos mais alguma pergunta? Bom, agradecemos então à senhora Tracy McDaniel e ao senhor John Coutinho pelas apresentações. E neste momento faremos um intervalo de 15 minutos. Em seguida, daremos continuidade a este evento.
company. Our organization is squarely focused on addressing the global challenge, the global shortage of cybersecurity practitioners. Okay, good, there I am. So cybersecurity practitioners, especially those that, good. Are you guys hearing the same echo that I'm hearing?
No, we're not.
So we'll continue nonetheless.
No.
I'm today's moderator for this panel, and we have a complete panel discussion that we're going to go through, and going to allow for about 30 minutes at the end of the conversation to take some questions that may come from the audience. And so to make productive use of our time together, we've assembled a panel of experts from economic development, subject matter experts from economic development, from global risk challenges, and from security operations, as well as workforce development. I'm going to do a brief welcome to do your own introductions as well. But first we have, and ladies first, we have Shamla Naidu, who is a global advisor to corporate leaders, corporate security experts throughout the world.
Are you listening to an echo?
Okay.
Are you listening to an echo or not? Are you listening to an echo?
I'm hearing, yeah, I'm just hearing another conversation.
Really? Portuguese or
David,
English?
remember that they're doing interpretation, so just ignore that and keep going.
Okie doke. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Right. And so Samla has worked with many private organizations, from IBM to Starwood Hotels, and she has, over in her 35 years, been a global security chief information security expert, as well as an advisor to boards across the globe. Yeah. Secondly, we have, as you can see on the screen, Gilberto Salinas. Gilberto is the chief operating officer for Kerrville Economic Development Organization in Texas. He's got over 10 years of economic development expertise, and has principally worked with in Brownsville, Texas, but today he's in Kerrville, and he has worked on. Okay, he is part of the organization that has brought the Spacegate program to Brownsville, Texas. Our other participants, panelists on this discussion will be Thomas Maldonado when he gets a chance to join us. He is the Chief Information Security Officer for the National Football League. He's globally responsible for leading the information security program for the league and all of its entities globally. And lastly, we have Paulo Lino, who is the former security special agent for the Brazilian police force. He's the vice president of piracy and compliance, because this is a economic development sort of trade relations summit. And I wanted to give you an opportunity as an economic development person, as an EDO, and you were part of the team that brought Elon Musk, the SpaceX and Stargate to Brownsville. And aside from the land acquisition, or the vast land resources that were available in the Brownsville area, you also worked with the community to create human capital and human resources capabilities. Can you speak a little bit about the human resources capabilities that were available to Elon Musk and Space Brownsville? I think you're on mute too.
Actually, almost to date, it was 10 years ago, back in 2011, when we got the call from the Office of the Governor. We're like one of 30 plus communities that they were looking at. And again, mind you that back then, SpaceX is not what it is today. I mean, NASA was still, launching the space shuttle. So when it came to a private company and a young person like Elon, and this was basically a startup company, looking to launch rockets, it was kind of, it was hard to put our arms around it. So once we started talking about human capital, so on and so forth, and 4 or 5 years down the road, once this project started to look like it was going to materialize, and hence we did land the project back in 2014, 2015, that's when we started talking about human capital and the cyber security component. So what they said is, because of the company, the brand that we're building, don't worry about creating that pipeline for us right now, because we're going to be bringing in employees, importing employees, a lot of them from Southern California. But then once they started bringing in, especially their upper management, then that's when we started working and developing programs for local high schools, as well as the community college and the university. The University of Texas has a school, which is UT Rio Grande Valley, down in Brownsville. And they now have an astrophysics program, and also a program specifically dedicated for cybersecurity because of what SpaceX is doing. So, a company like SpaceX, which, by the way, just a little disclaimer, I do not represent or work for SpaceX. I'm an economic developer that worked in landing the project. Actually, I got the first phone call and worked it from the phone call to groundbreaking, and then making sure that, no pun intended, that they launch their operation. But a company like SpaceX, coming back to cybersecurity and human capital, they're at 1,700 employees now and growing. I mean, they're expecting to hit, 2,000 by the end of this year. All of them have to be, for the most part, cross-trained. And when it comes to cyber, again, you're looking at just the name of the company, the brand, SpaceX, everything having to do with space. You're already talking about cyber stuff. It's not a coincidence that, our previous administration created the Space Command, no coincidence there. Then you're dealing with technology of rockets. I mean, we didn't have rocket scientists in our backyard. And being a rocket scientist, you have to be in the world of cyber. And then whenever you're launching a projectile in the air or into space outside of a bottle rocket, again, now you're talking about, cyber stuff, combustibles, and then where they're in a very desolate area. So Brownsville, Texas, about 200,000+ people, right on the border. But that area between the city limits and Boca Chica Beach, where they have their launch site, which is called Starbase, you're looking at about 14, 15 miles of just a whole lot of nothing. So that already creates some challenges as far as what they were looking to do at the time, as far as IT and digital transformation. And then two more things. One is that they are actually next to a state highway that leads to a public beach. If you drive out there, you can literally put your arm out and almost touch the rocket. That's how close they are to a public state road. So talk about challenges, in the world of cybersecurity. I mean, they're like right there. And then the final, biggest challenge, which I'm not privy to what they're doing, they're 3 miles north of the Rio Grande, which is basically the international boundary. So they're 3 miles away from Mexico, Matamoros, Mexico, as well as being 1,000 feet away from the ocean. So you want to talk about, cyber and how they're preparing internally for having, being in that particular area. I mean, they're at the very top of the list as far as what they do. So again, this is an example of a company that we recruited. We did not have rocket scientists, no presence of cybersecurity training, some IT stuff. But because we landed this company, they said, don't worry, we're going to create the programs and work with you. Fast forward to today, I mean, that's exactly what they've done. And an area like the Rio Grande Valley now is at the top of discussions when it comes to this particular topic. And then just in short, the other company, Killdeer Mountain Manufacturing, which is in central Texas, up in Kerrville, where I'm at. We're right on the periphery of the Austin and San Antonio mega economic corridor. And this company does fiber optic, wire harnessing, and circuit board manufacturing for the likes. They're a tier 1 supplier to Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon. They do a lot of work for the Department of Defense as well as the military. So they, the reason they ended up with us, in addition to well, myself being a good economic developer, I would like to say, is that they were following the talent. So, you know, that cyber presence that we have in Central Texas. I mean, in a 100 to 120 mile radius, we've got, you know, like a dozen universities, and like, you know, 4 or 5 of those are like ranked in the top 100 in the United States. So that's given us the ability to really recruit some of these forward-thinking companies like a Killdeer Mountain Manufacturing and some other aerospace and aviation related companies, because we have the talent pool there and growing. So again, those are 2 examples of a company that we recruited and said, don't worry, hold on, we're going to work with you to develop the pipeline. And then the other one where the pipeline was there and growing, and we used that to be able to recruit other companies.
Good. Thank you, Gil. And it sounds like the area in which you are working, Brownsville and the Kerrville area, is sort of a magnet for advanced manufacturing, aerospace, aviation corporations to come to that region, because not only are you uniquely located, but you also are developing the type of skills requirements in the region. I would assume that that's what you're really doing and working on to develop the communities to be more attractive to these types of corporations and organizations.
Absolutely. Economic development today, different from 10, 20 years ago. It's all about your workforce, the talent that you have, and they want to know what programs you have in place to upskill the current workforce that you have.
Sure.
So not in addition to what you have, but what are you doing to make it better? And again, the state of Texas, I mean, you've got 1,000 plus people moving in on a daily basis. Obviously, Texas is a big state. That kind of helps too.
Great. You know, I want to move my next question to Paolo Lino as part of the organizer for this conference. Paolo, we've discussed in the past the interests of sharing knowledge of digital transformation, risk and compliance and security practices between the United States and Brazil. Why does this matter to you, and why pay attention to this topic, and why now pay attention to that topic, Paolo?
Well, thanks for the question, David. One of the reasons that this is so important, and this is one of the things that I've been
doing.
Paolo,
you still with us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay.
All
yes,
right.
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll put the microphone closer to my mouth. So one of the reasons this is very important is because as we move from a different perspective worldwide, you know, because of the pandemic, all the process, the IoT process, artificial intelligence, becoming more and more part of the companies, businesses, and people's lives. This is becoming, every equipment that is connected to the internet is an entry door. As we try to establish businesses with other countries, especially between Brazil and US, having a standard and following certain compliance and risk management regulations, and perhaps there will be some requirement for certification depending on the industry. This is very important, especially if you want to import or export products between the countries. The cyber threats are out there. They have no borders. And one of the programs that I work with, assisting the U.S. government in the past, was the CTPAT, CSI, and TTU. These certifications, they're there to assist businesses in exporting, importing, and having some visibility and security in their products, as part of their products. The same influence that the internet and the cell phone caused in the people's behavior, the way people do business these days, will be, much more impacted by the IoT and artificial intelligence. We know that in certain countries they are more developed than in others, but actually these boundaries established by geographical and political boundaries. They're not on the internet. They're not, especially not for criminals. So for businessmen, for entrepreneurs to understand that is really, really basic. So especially if you want to do business with other countries, more developed countries like in the U.S. Cyber threats are all around us. You know, every day we have ransomware cases, especially in the health industry. For Cisco, when I was working with Cisco, one of the things that I was doing was identifying these threats worldwide. And today, with bitcoins, you know, with these methods used by cyber criminals, this is becoming more and more common, unfortunately. And having a standard, or at least some sort of certification awareness by businessmen that want to do business with the U.S. and U.S. companies, that is becoming more and more required. I think that in the very near future, we'll see a different type of incidents, especially when we have so many remote workers using different equipment, different platforms. Today, we don't know how many apps we have in our cell phone, and each one of those apps are an entry door, and people just forget about that.
Great. So thank you very much, Paulo. And that's a great amount of information. I think that information is relevant. I think it's even more relevant to the question I'm going to ask Shamla next, to give us some feedback, not only on your statements, but also as a global advisor to corporate leaders and technology leaders from across the globe. So Shamla, Paulo has identified an interest, if not a need, for Brazilian entities to learn more from the United States on how to apply the best practices and technologies to secure their infrastructures and secure the data. You and I have had some discussions about some alternatives there, especially not just what to do, but really what not to do. Can you spend some time elaborating on that comment that you've made? And again, why should we pay attention to this topic? And what can we learn? What we can learn, and what can they learn and or not learn from us here stateside about security? Shamla, please.
So thank you for this opportunity, David. You know, I think that it's really important that, you know, there are leaders in the world and we lead, you know, and other people kind of observe and they look and they learn and they practice, right? So I like the idea that the US has been at this whole digitization journey. We've been in this innovation journey for a lot longer than many other countries. And so we've done a lot of things really well, and we've got a lot of results to show for it. But I like the idea that those who are now coming into this journey, who are increasing and, you know, going down this digital journey, I like the idea that they should look and observe what we've done poorly and try to not replicate the mistakes that we've made, but to double down on the things we've done well. So let me call out a couple things. I think I call out three things in particular. You know, the first thing is overregulation. What I like to think about is, especially in countries like Brazil, you know, let's make sure that we don't make the same mistakes that we did here in the US. Let's not lead with regulation. I think we need to lead with innovation. We need to learn how to create business value and quickly so that we can support economic development. Regulation is important. It creates discipline and structure. So I'm not ignoring that, but I think we lead with innovation, we lead with business value, and we create regulation where the business value might get out of hand or the actions and activities might get out of hand. And so I think that's really important for us to consider. And, you know, Paulo said this, right? We need to create standards. And you know, global trade relies on trust. And so we need to figure out, how do we create standards that are consistent, that are transparent, and that can actually work, right? So rather than each country creating their own set of regulations that create exclusivity or that actually, you know, creates protection in some areas and not consider global trade, it's important to have a single body that actually tries to calibrate standards across the globe. And today in cybersecurity, there is none. Like the World Economic Forum has done some work in terms of raising awareness to the topic, but there really isn't the equivalent of like a World Trade Organization or a United Nations kind of organization that looks at the threats globally and advises and guides on what are those international standards that will build trust. Right? And I want to come back to that trust conversation in a little bit. So I think that's one thing we have, we could learn from is not to overregulate. The second thing for me would be litigation, right? In the US, we are a highly litigious society. Everything has to do with, how we manage liability. And so again, we should remember to protect businesses, especially in the area of cyber, right? Because the victim is often the company. If we penalize the victim, then we let the perpetrators go free. And so in a lot of cases, hackers will go without penalty while corporations will get larger fines and other types of penalties that actually apply to them, which I think creates somewhat of an unfairness. It doesn't actually help businesses to grow and to support their economic proposition. It actually is it's an obstacle, right? And it creates an extremely expensive way to run business. So we need to think about, how do we support rights and how do we actually encourage growth while we protect individual interests, we protect corporate interests. We also have to remember not to overdo it on the litigation side, because if everyone is worried about paying fines and penalties, they're less likely to spend either the investment or the time and effort in growing businesses and encouraging innovation. And the third thing I would call out is, there's public and private partnerships that are necessary, right? To have really well-run digital businesses. You need to adopt not just the technology and the innovation, but you do need to apply some practices to protect the technology footprint. And, it takes an ecosystem. It takes an entire global structure to support these types of protections, because you're going to have digital criminals everywhere, right? And so I think that partnership is necessary. But when I talk about public and private partnerships, in the US, we have now started to emphasize the idea that public and private partnerships are necessary both to learn what are the bad things that are happening out there. How do we come together as a community to overcome some of the threats? How do we address them? How do we respond to them? How do we learn from them? And how do we get better? But, in the earlier years, even here in the US, whenever you had a major cybersecurity incident, law enforcement would show up and they would confiscate your technology. They would literally pack it up, box it, and take it away. And so for some period of time, businesses would be unable to run in their normal ways because their technology was gone. And they often didn't know when it would come back. And there was always this fear factor of, oh my gosh, if I report an incident or if something bad happens and I have to go public and tell my clients, then someone's going to show up and take all my technology for investigation. And that could be highly disruptive to my business. And so that, that early trust didn't happen. And so businesses often held information back because they didn't want to be the victim of that disruption, the acquisition and confiscating the technology. So, they created this idea that needed secrecy. And so companies didn't come out and talk about this as openly as they ought to. And so that, I think, created a little bit of a lack of a trust between law enforcement and corporations. Now, what we've done in the last decade, I think there's been a lot of work in trying to encourage business and private partnerships, collaboration, and sharing of information. The problem is it's a much harder road now because it didn't start with trust. And so those are the three things I would call out in terms of, just the relationship is, make sure that you don't overregulate, that instead you encourage innovation and economic development, that you protect the litigation. You want integrity and you want law and order, but you also don't want to overdo it and create, the situation where you penalize the victim. And then lastly is to encourage the private-public partnership of sharing information right out of the gate, creating a deeper level of trust between those two entities.
Great. Thanks for those great 3 points, Shamla. I mean, looking at over-regulating, supporting economic growth and business growth, and then trust, those 3 things are pretty much cornerstones or pillars of having business growth and business development as a corporation. I'm glad to be joined by Thomas Maldonado, who is the Chief Information Security Officer for the National Football League, an organization that we're all very familiar with. And Thomas, welcome, firstly. And I know it's very early on the East Coast here, but thanks very much for joining, and so happy to see you again. And we've been talking about human capital, collaborations between corporations and communities, collaborations between corporations and their security apparatus. You run a huge open organization, and you are responsible for leading the security program as a C-level for the ground game for security for the National Football League, for the NFL. A question I was going to ask is, how do you assess the environment and the infrastructure
and entities? And it's almost as desired and as necessary, right, for us to put on big tentpole events that require that level of trust with those particular partners. So think about like deal of interaction and exchange. Tailor your security controls to essentially mitigate mitigate the risk that's presented itself in front of you that would present a challenge. So that's usually how I approach creating the security program. A lot of engagement with our business stakeholders, trying to understand where they're trying to get to from their perspective, journey and objective, and then making sure that we can tailor our security program to allow those individuals to continue to move in that direction while minimizing the overall impact and the risk of the environment.
Good. Thank you, Tomas. Next question I had for all of you, Gilberto, you from a economic development perspective, Shamla from a advisor and board advisor perspective, and you, Thomas, from an actual ground game or running the operation perspective. What are some of the most significant threats from a security point of view, from a compliance and a risk point of view? What are some of the significant threats that we're facing? Is it people? Is it process? Is it technology? Shamla, you first, please.
That's an interesting question, David, because like I said earlier, right, this is not, you need an ecosystem to make this work. And I think in that ecosystem, you're going to have people, process, and technology. And there's no question that one doesn't exist without the other. And one cannot be successful without the other. But I'll call out a couple key themes, right? One is talent. We have innovation. We've got a lot of great technology. But if you don't have the people and the skills to manage and run the technology, you lose leverage for creating business value. And so we need innovation. We need to be constantly innovating because, frankly, the world demands a different kind of consumer and business experience today. And you cannot deliver that consumer experience without adopting technology, because in addition to wanting sophisticated services, the consumer also wants the services quickly, right? So they want speed. So the only way you get to speed is by adopting a digital business. The second thing on talent is if you don't have the right skills and the people to actually run the technology, then you run the risk of not being able to leverage the technology and create those capabilities. And then, I think in terms of process, the reason we need process, we must have process, is because we have so much technology. The expectations are pretty high, but more importantly, a consumer wants consistency. Process gives us discipline. And if we run, similar processes or identical processes, you have better opportunity for automation, which means that we then can create this faster, better experience. But we also create that more consistent experience, which consumers have become accustomed to. So in my mind, I think all three of those are necessary. All three of those are equal. In each area, though, I think, we have to balance, right? If I already have the innovation and the technology, how do I build the skills to run those? If I have the technology and I have the people, how do I create process to give me the benefit of speed, et cetera? So I really do think that this is an ecosystem, and we need to be looking at not just the threats in each of those areas, but the opportunities.
Sure. Thomas, you're right in the middle of this, right? You're operating within the people, process, and technology sphere for the most part. Of course, you're at a C level, so you're engaged in the business and what's critical to the business. What are you seeing as some of the significant threats to running an operation? Is it people? Is it process? Is it technology? What are those things for you? Give us your perspective.
Look, I think it's a combination of a few things, right, in that sphere of people, process, technology, and I'm very critical and focused on the fundamentals of what we do from a security standpoint, right? And so if you look at a lot of the threats that we're seeing today that sort of has been impacting a lot of companies, in my opinion, some of those threats that we're seeing is because they're not focusing on those fundamental aspects of people, process, and technology, right? So whether it's a new piece of technology that they're pushing out, are you focusing in on things like, code review, assessing your environment, making sure that you're sort of spotting vulnerabilities before they're pushed out, to the masses, if you will, right? I think people is at the forefront of what we always have to focus in on, not because people are necessarily the weakest link, and I don't usually like to call it that, but people, if anything, are the strongest link, right? They're the ones interacting with information. They're the ones exchanging information. So if we can leverage that and leverage the fact that we know that those individuals are the ones that have access, those are the individuals that are the ones that are going to be interacting with information, and we spend the time to educate and help them be more aware of not only their, how they're interacting with systems and data, but how they could become susceptible to, psychological types of attacks, which is what I would consider things like phishing emails and the likes, right? Trying to prey on the psychological side of an individual, getting them to, enticing them to take a sort of action, right? Open a file, click on a link, browse a website and enter your credentials, right? Which essentially ends up being some very basic level ways of attacks sort of surfacing. So I think it's a combination of those few things. The last piece on process that I would say is, to me, process wraps it all together, right? Once you have a technology solution and you have the people side sort of, I'm not going to say covered, but you have the people side compensated for, that process side of when something actually happens, do you have the right level of processes in place to react, right? To respond, to be able to recover from an activity. And that could be something as an early detection process to a full-fledged incident response process, or everything in between, right? When you actually have an incident that occurs.
Great. Thank you, Tomas. Paulo, to you, it looks, it sounds like, at least from the conversations I've had with you, that this whole idea of what's a significant threat sometimes revolves around the whole people scenario, because there are places and times where you're dealing with challenges from piracy and integrity in Brazil. Give us your perspective on where the significant threats are coming from in Brazil.
Well, as Brazil is not different than some other countries, especially because of the human nature, as Thomas mentioned too. There's only 2% of the cyber attacks do not involve social engineering. So, although we don't want to say that, human it is the weakest link. Most protection systems, or the security measures that we take, they must include software and hardware in the process. Not only software, not only hardware, and they cannot. The key to get into the core of what we're trying to protect, they have to go through these onions, this onion system that protects the information or whatever we're trying to secure using software and hardware. But then we have the human factor that is usually, it's not a weakest link, but it's something that has to follow certain compliance and to mitigate the risks. So policy, process, and procedure. And definitely the focus should be in the human being or the employees or those who are in charge of securing the information that we're trying to protect. If I am allowed, if I am in charge of securing a system, I shouldn't be able to access the system. I should grant the access to the system. The two-man rule also applies to the cyber worlds, and that aspect should be emphasized as part of the business policy in securing not only the intellectual property, but also the system operation, the system operation, or how we conceive it, it to be interacting with other systems. I've had the experience of working cases where the hackers sent birthday messages, because sometimes the employees, they have their birthday date, a birthday message.
Programs, which falls in process, course, so on and so forth, infrastructure, a little bit, on the energy side. But as the last 3 to 4 years, now, cybersecurity has become more and more prominent in the discussions, to the point where now when a company comes in addition to asking for all that stuff, they're asking what are the programs that you have in place as far as cyber, and what's your human capital like as far as, upskilling them in that regard. Mm-hmm. So now we're kind of like creating that ecosystem, because 3 to 5 years from now, and that's what all the companies are going to be asking for. And I think one of you all had mentioned something about public-private partnerships, partnering with the government. We're going to start seeing more and more of that. Companies don't know that yet, but that's, as an economic developer, that's something that we're looking to do now, setting up those mechanisms for those partnerships. Again, that goes back into that ecosystem.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I'm hearing the background in my ear. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys, for that stall there. Thomas, I want to come to you with a question about the skills gap relative to security, risk, and compliance up and down the supply chain, because you have a supply chain like most organizations. Are we there yet? Are we clear yet on the skills gap being reached up and down that supply chain? And if we're not there, what's our next steps to get there, to get everyone on the same page with security?
Yeah, look, I think there's an opportunity for us, as an industry, as a nation, and wherever you are, right, from a country standpoint, to invest in STEM education, right? So science, technology, engineering, and math. I don't think we have. I'm not gonna say I don't think we have a huge investment in that. We do, but I think in those backgrounds and getting people motivated to understand and learn about cybersecurity in those specific curriculums is an opportunity for us, right? And I think there's an opportunity for us to get early on in that pipeline of how a person starts to educate themselves around cybersecurity. We need to get creative and try to get that closer to, the younger generation of talent that we have coming up, right? So if you think about, cybersecurity as a profession, it's not very old, right? Some of us, I've been doing this for over 20 something years, so I might say that I'm old, but, I learned what I know how to do on the job, right? On the job, taking training and things like that. And now, I'll say the past 5 or so years or so, you see now that there's a lot of colleges and universities sort of teaching cybersecurity as a curriculum. And there's a level of academia work, but I think that we need to go a little bit further down, down lower in that path or that journey, that educational journey. And I equate it to, and I don't want to sound like I'm endorsing any sort of fast food restaurant, but, I'm sure you all know a fast food restaurant that you've had an opportunity to go to as a kid where you had a playground and it resonated with you. They had a little box with food that you can grab. And I'm trying to avoid saying the name, but I'm sure you all kind of know what I'm going to, right? If you think about that model, where you've had that food from a little kid to now as an adult, you still associate, these sort of arches, if you will, right? Something in your experience you associated with that youth side of you. That restaurant has made a connection with you, right? To really almost ingrain their business and their food in your day-to-day, whether you like it or not, right? You have some sort of connection with that restaurant. And so what I'm getting at is, if we start earlier on in the process to educate people and educate kids on cybersecurity and make it fun for them and demystify it so that it's not seen as so complex, I think we'll see a lot more uptake in individuals sort of gravitating towards it as a profession, seeing it be more solidified as a profession, similar to like doctors, lawyers, and others,
Sure.
right? In that sort of same vein. And then I think you'll start to see that skills gap be reduced, right? And be reduced to the point where it's manageable, and we're not seeing these outrageous numbers where there's millions of jobs, being posted and not a lot of people to take those jobs, right? So I think that's an opportunity for us, to close that skill gap and really build that pipeline, right? And our supply chain of that next generation of talent.
Sure. So it's great to hear that you're putting your best brain on the future when it comes to developing cybersecurity practitioners, that next generation of cybersecurity practitioners. What are you doing today what are you doing, Thomas, what are you doing today for the skills need, the skills gap, and the skills requirement today? And stand by, Shamla, because I'm going to come to you in a second because you were smiling earlier and I wanted to hear from you. But I also, Thomas, today we have a skills gap. Today we have challenges today. What do we do today?
So today, look, I think we need to look outside of the standard, are you certified in XYZ technology, and look for those individuals that have a level of curiosity in the field and desire to learn and understand and be coached and groomed to be security practitioners, right? I think if we do that effectively, I think we could start to close some of the roles that we have open on our team. So for example, there's a lot of, if you think about what a CISO has, an information security officer has in terms of their portfolio of services that they would try to embark upon when they're developing their security program, right? We have programs like training and awareness. I don't need somebody that graduated with a 4-year degree in cybersecurity to do training and awareness, right? I need somebody that might be a communications major, a marketing major, right? A marketing background to work with us and develop a security and awareness program, because those skill sets that they bring to the table around how to market a product or market an idea, market a solution, are very tangible skill sets that can apply and be leveraged effectively in cybersecurity, right? From an awareness and training standpoint. Same goes for things like policies, right? You need a certain level of curiosity, I think, to want to do the job of a cybersecurity professional or practitioner, but you also need to have adjacent skills and tangible skills that you could apply from different backgrounds and academia upbringing, if you will, that you can apply to that. So what we do is we try to look more broadly than just the standard check the box of, have you done these 5 certs? Have you gone through this curriculum? And say, well, what have you done in your career? What do you bring to the table to actually solve problems? And then how can we apply that towards our security program, what we're trying to do? So that's how we're trying to close the skill gap, by being a little bit more creative. And then the other piece of that I'll say, and I should probably start it with this, is that diversity in sort of thought, diversity in people, diversity in cultural differences, all of that stuff that we need to take into consideration to solve cybersecurity problems, I think is very key and very important.
Great. Thank you, Tomasz. Shamla, to you now. You were smiling earlier because we have some relative collaboration when it comes to addressing the skills gap. What's your perspective on this filling the gap for security, risk, and compliance? What are you thinking about there?
So let me just start by saying I do think that there's an overemphasis on STEM education and generally education and experience, right? Those are the two things every hiring manager looks for and they want. They want somebody with a big educational portfolio, and they want that same person to have, an experience portfolio. And the fact is that we have too many opportunities where we don't have as many people. We have more opportunities than we have people by an exponential number. And so we're not going to solve this problem by looking for more people to get into STEM education. And frankly, I would challenge this whole idea that, that it's even required, even remotely required. Let me tell you what I mean by that. So when I look at innovation, I think that the technology is changing so quickly that any education you've gotten, STEM or otherwise, is not going to be useful to get you to the next level of knowledge in the technology. Because, you can reach a level where you get education, and that just means to me as a hiring manager that you've reached a level where you can be taught and that you have the capacity to learn. The subject matter is certainly not something that schools can teach you these days, no matter how well intended they are, because the technology is changing too quickly. Right? So you learn something, you come out into the workforce, whether it's 12 months, 24 months, 36 months later, and the technology we're using in business is entirely different. So you have to go on a new learning journey. And so what I would say is perhaps we need to think about this as, how do we educate people to a level where we know that they have the capacity to learn and the capacity to be taught? Okay. So, I think about people having a good attitude and Tomasz, you said this, being curious, being willing. I think those are the kinds of characteristics I would look for. And then the aptitude is to say, you can be taught. And then what I like is the whole idea of apprenticeships, because, the best way for us to learn is to have somebody walk you through, hold your hand, and show you how, right? We learned how to cross the street when our parents would hold us by one hand and have us walk with them. That's the model that I visualize, is that you take one trained person and you can hold two hands or four hands, or however you do this, is to walk you through this and show you. So this should be experiential. It should be me coming to the table, not knowing or understanding what I need to do, but somebody is going to teach me from scratch what I need to know and how I will execute the role I need to get into. And so I feel like that's the way to scale for the need. There is no other way, because by the time students graduate out of these academic programs, the technology has changed, but more importantly, our business needs have changed. And so we really need to think harder about how to do more on-the-job training. And this apprentice model, I think, is the best and safest way to do this, because typically a CISO is concerned about putting inexperienced people into a role, because these are highly critical roles. Failure can have significant consequences. But when that CISO is willing to put somebody who's trained and experienced and somebody who's less trained and less experienced together, you can then develop the skill in the less trained person. So I prefer that as an alternative to the idea of, let's go out and compete for the same set of resources who have the educational portfolio and who have the experience profile that we want. But it's going to take a lot of courage to open up that model, because remember now, when you do that, you're taking away time from that experienced person so their productivity is lower. You're paying an inexperienced person, and their productivity is extremely low, if any. And so there needs to be a different approach, I think, to how do we measure success? And today we should not be measuring, one person makes one widget, therefore two people should make two widgets. We need to think harder about how we get two people who, would now make 1.1 widgets immediately, but in the longer term, those two people are going to make two widgets. And as they get more and more experience, maybe those two people make three widgets. And so it takes a whole different, I think, approach. It also takes a different kind of courageous spirit in business to change that model.
Great. Thank you, Shamla. That subject resonates with me. That subject resonates with me from the perspective that at Austin Brooklyn, we know that literally there's over 3.5 million vacancies globally, nearly 1 million of those here in the United States. With universities graduating 80,000 students a year collectively, only 1 in 4 of those individuals are prepared really for the rigors of a production environment similar to Tomas's NFL environment. So that experiential learning platform that you talked about, it resonates deeply with me, and I'm sure that that there'll be some conversations that we can have as a collaborative body around those. Paulo, I've reserved some time for the audience to ask questions. I've got plenty of questions left, Paulo. Don't worry, I've got plenty of questions left. But if you'd like to elicit questions or from the audience, I'm sure our panelists of subject matter experts from the economic development, workforce development, security, and operations will be happy to answer some of those questions, Paulo.
Sure, no problem. Well, I have a question. I would like to have your take on this. Considering that I believe maybe 3-4 years ago, every high-tech company that created a different solution, a new solution, within the 2 years, that solution was becoming obsolete within 2 years. How can we fill this market gap of having having the cybersecurity solutions for a technology that becomes obsolete in 2 years? How can we adjust universities? How can we adjust the way we live in our daily basis, in our families? How can we adjust to that? I mean, I have a take on that. I have an understanding that, as Thomas well said, you cannot have like a 4 or 5 years degree student become a cybersecurity expert, because actually security permeates everything in our lives. How can we fill that gap, that skill gap? You also mentioned something about you have a different profile, different occupation, and you need to know a little bit about security in your area, in your field. How can you fill this gap when this move is like a tsunami, and we're feeling like we're in the high sea? We just see the wave passing by, and the wave is getting to the beach, and it's going to make a big impact in the way we live, in the way we do business. How can we fill this gap that is around the corner every time we start thinking of a new solution or how we live?
Great. So either one of you can please take that question and respond, and keep in mind that we're nearing our time. But Gilberto, Shamla, Thomas, please chime in and answer that question. Don't jump all over each other to answer it now.
Here, I'll do something real quick. So as far as it's just a matter of being proactive, and it starts with whether it's a grassroots leadership or leadership, whether it's government or corporate. It's got to start somewhere, that proactiveness. what we're seeing with some of the communities that we're working with is starting, well, not starting, but we've gone into some of the local high schools and started basically just, telling, the instructors there, the superintendents, and then it trickles down to the kids that cybersecurity in the next 10 years is going to, as far as jobs, is going to grow by 30%. And these are very good paying jobs. You can make a very good career out of it. That's 7 times the national job growth average. So schools should be looking at this right now, and how they develop those programs, that's more on them. That's not in my field. And then for existing businesses or new ones that are coming in, some of the better communities, they're developing like entrepreneur programs where they're having cybersecurity training, or it's more like cross training, so they can kind of like, again, be caught up to the latest technological advancements as far as cyber stuff. Tech talent programs. I've even seen some communities develop programs specifically for veterans because veterans, they've already got a certain mindset, a certain training that fits this to a T. And then the other ones are something that we've been working on again. And Tomas, I think you mentioned there was diversity and inclusivity, because that also is part of this equation. So it's kind of a twofold, but it all comes back to leadership. And leadership, it could be, whether it's a business community, the social aspect, grassroots, corporate, it's got to start somewhere, and then being proactive with it.
Good.
So Dave, here's what I would add. We talked earlier about the innovation and how quickly it's happening. If we just look at ourselves as individuals, right? If we had to go to university or go to some kind of certification program to learn how to use, let's say, our mobile devices, we would all still be using the two-way pager, right? Because the technology has evolved, right? And so what did we do instead? We just went out, got the newer version of the phone, went from a keyboard to touchless to now voice only, etc. And we just did it. And as we were doing it, we learned, but we made mistakes. And so one of the things I would say is, how do you fill the gap? Is we just have to go do it. And those of us who are in leadership positions should accept that there will be a measure of failure. Some small percentage of failure will occur as people experiment and learn. And we need to encourage the experimentation. We have to encourage people to just go do it, right? And reduce the amount of fear into this environment. That's what I was talking about too, in terms of penalties, right? If the penalties are too high, then the individuals are going to be less likely to experiment and practice, and therefore the learning will be slowed down.
Cool, thank you. Anything, Thomas?
Yeah, I just wanted to add one last point to that piece. And what I would say is, let's try not to chase the latest shiny object, right? There's a lot of new technologies and new buzzwords, that you hear almost every day, especially for some reason, cybersecurity becomes cybersecurity soup with different buzzwords, right? There's two angles to this. One is as a CISO and a leader across my peer group, we're pushing the vendors to try to get them into a model where they're building secure products, not security products, to secure other products, right? So build security into your product, right, is one of the key aspects that we push and try to collectively lead those vendors into that direction. The other piece is, I know for myself, I keep my hand on the pulse of what's happening, but I'm not always trying to adopt the latest and greatest technology solution, because I want to make sure that we're doing some fundamentals to security, which is, have we covered all the bases with the technology solutions that we have in place? Have we built in the controls in those solutions before we start to look at adopting a new piece of technology to either bolt on or compensate what we're doing? So that's the mentality that we have. And I think the way we've been able to do some of that successfully is, there is some underlying skill set that you do need to develop, right? And I think, if you think about how mainframe went to sort of virtualization to cloud environment, right? A lot of those technologies, if you really think about them, they're very related and they built off of others. They might have new ways of doing it, but I'd argue that Citrix WebEx or Citrix sort of virtualization is not that far off from mainframe technology if you think about mainframe technology years ago. So, there's certain level of skill that we just can't bypass, right? That you need to try to learn how computer systems, how they interoperate, how they develop, how they create it. And then you'll be able to apply all the latest and greatest innovation to what you've already learned. Because as humans, we're not that creative at certain things. We might put a new spin on it, but sometimes the innovation is not that far off from what you've already seen.
Sure. Thomas, I've heard you say that before on your Clubhouse sessions that you have every Wednesday night coming from New York. The fireside chat, I've heard you say that a lot about chasing the shiny object and how detrimental that could be to an organization, especially financially, when you're just chasing things that don't really solve the problem, when solving the problem is something that you should spend your time looking at directly. This conference, and I just wanted to just sort of bring this back to, this conference is really focused on doing business between the United States, Texas in particular, with Brazil. And in that, we've already applied the whole conversation around digital transformation, security, regulatory compliance, risk and risk and security to this conversation. One of my last questions here is, what's the big deal? I mean, I know we've spoke about it sort of globally and in some cases specifically, but what's the big deal, Gilbert, about foreign direct investment between Texas, United States and Brazil, and security? So what? Why? Why do we care? Let me have your feedback on why that really matters and what's the big deal.
Okay, so I've done the business in Latin America, and if there's one takeaway is that I'd say 70-80% of companies in Latin America, want to do business in the United States or have set foot in the U.S. to actually set up an operation, and again, from 3 to 4 years ago to today. Before it was more real estate, workforce, infrastructure, the incentives fostering their entry into the state of Texas, and we were very successful in doing that. But today, these conversations are now more around cybersecurity as it pertains to their investments coming into the United States, and again, where I'm at in Texas. So again, it's just come to the top. It's not something that, now looking back, we should have been able to predict it, but today it's front and center as far as investment coming in, specifically from Latin America.
Yep. Tomas, to you, the same question to you. As a NFL, as a national and a global organization with entities all over the world, how does the NFL, from your perspective, from your security perspective, see security impacting the global ecosystem in the global world?
Yeah, look, I think there's the economic side of things, and I can't really speak too much on behalf of the NFL from the business standpoint, right? But I'll give you some examples of my 17 years working in financial services and even the chemical manufacturing company I work for, right? Where we were very global. And if you think about some of the reports that were put out by like Goldman Sachs, and I was at Goldman during that time period, right? That BRICS, right? Brazil, Russia, India, China as being the sort of forefront of economic development and opportunities for US-based companies and even global companies to do business. And I think that's a huge advantage of the population of people in Brazil and all over the world, where there's that touch point for you to interact with them from a product standpoint, right? From being able to provide them services and opportunities that way. From a cybersecurity perspective, there's a huge amount of talent that's in Brazil. Whether they're doing good, bad, or indifferent, I'm not going to speak to that, but there's a huge amount of talent in Brazil that if we cultivate that level of talent and skill set, you could see a number of great, innovative technology solutions that come out of that sort of talent base, right? So I would encourage the folks in Brazil to really work with, I don't want to get into political side, but I think there's an opportunity to work with the government and really sort of cultivate that Brazilian level of talent to drive innovation in cybersecurity versus what we're seeing to a certain extent, adversarial type of interaction and engagement. So that's what I would leave you all with. I've worked with several folks in Brazil in my career, and nothing but great people and great skill set.
Great, thank you. So thank you, Tomas. Shamla, from a global perspective, you deal with a lot of these leaders from across the globe. You advise them on what they should and should not do and how they should proceed. What's your perspective here on why this is so important and why have this conversation now?
Look, businesses just are not going to be as successful and grow as quickly if they don't adopt a digital agenda, right? Digital allows us to do everything faster and better. And in that digital footprint, though, as you add more technology, you're adding more opportunities for compromise, for attack, and for other kinds of disruption, right? So I think, though, we don't want to say don't do it. We want to say do more of the digitization because it's better for your business, but increase your focus on cybersecurity. Because if you can protect the technology, you're protecting the integrity of your business, and you're encouraging and you accelerating your business journey, right? And so the one thing I would say here is cybersecurity practices. Why now? Why today? Because businesses are built on trust. And having a good cybersecurity program increases trust. Two things that go with trust. One is competence. That means you know what you're doing. The other is credibility. That means I believe you and what you're doing is the right thing to do. Mm-hmm. And so to me, I think, as we think about trust will accelerate business. Trust will accelerate relationships. Trust will accelerate and become the foundation of everything we do as businesses globally with each other and alone, right? Because our consumers have to trust us, even if we don't have a global footprint. And so I do think this idea of not just knowing what we have to do and being good at it, but also people believing in what we do is the important components of this business acceleration. So to me, cybersecurity investments come back to the business and the business growth exponentially by growing the business, growing your economic opportunities, enhancing your customer relationships, etc.
Good. Paulo, same question to you. Why is this important? Why here? Why this conversation? And why now?
Well, let me tell you my surprise, nice surprise. I was in Houston going to NASA, and I noticed there are a number of Longhorns on the way into NASA. So it's kind of a match between something that is really rural and old with the high tech, company of high tech technology, high technology. One of the cultural things that kind of unites cowboys and gauchos. We're the cowboys in Brazil. Are the way we see things, as Shalom was mentioning, how you build trust. And here, when you value the honor, shaking hands, looking your partner in the eye, the fio do bigode, as we say, the mustache, when you honor your word, and how you build trust, and how you build that trust. Well, one way to build that trust is having your product, your system secure. As someone mentioned, having not trying to secure your product, but implementing security inside your product, from inside out. And one way to do that is doing business with people who are aware of this, with businessmen who understand the importance of having a product or a service that is secure. Yesterday, we were talking about the problems we're having with selling products to the U.S. because we cannot compete with products made in Asia in quantity or in value, but we can definitely compete with the quality of our products and the professionals that we have in Brazil. And how we build that trust? Well, securing our products, providing a professional service, and building that trust by excelling, being the extra mile, going the extra mile, making sure that our business partner is secure, that he can count on us, and that's part of the human being. That's part of how we are, and who we are, how we see security, and if we see security as something very important, our business partner will see that as trust. That's how we build trust. That's the human factor in doing business that is
Great.
not always accounted or not always obvious as it should be.
Great. And thank you, Thomas, for that. Listen, we're about four or 5 minutes away from our closeout. I wanted to give each one of you 2 minutes to have a closing statement about this particular conference that you've attended here, focused on trade relations between the United States and Texas in particular and Brazil. Let me start with Tomas. Let me start with you in a 2-minute closeout conversation. I'm timing you, Tomas.
No worries. Look, mine will be relatively short. I think so again, thank you for the opportunity to sort of share my thoughts and for the great questions, David. And look, I think everything starts with a conversation, right? And as long as we can start that conversation and keep that conversation and dialogue going in a way that makes sense and in a way that we can reach common ground, I think you'll see better, or not better, but you'll see relationships improve over time, right? Because at the end of the day, we talked about it, right? People, process, technology. We all kind of started with people. Everything starts with people, everything ends with people. And so I think from that aspect is going to be key. And then the other thing that I would leave you all with is always try to look at somebody's perspective, or try to look at the other person's perspective, their point of view on things. And if you can approach it with, how do I want to approach this conversation versus what is that person thinking about? What is important to that person? What's motivating and driving that person? Where do they need to get to? So listen more than speak, and then speak after you've listened and heard. I think that's where we can start to reach common ground, because we'll be able to share, things that are concerning to us as individuals, right? And so that's what I would leave you all with. So nothing cyber related, but hopefully that resonates with most of you.
Of course, technology is an enabler of people. Seek to understand before you seek to be understood. Good point. Great point, Thomas. And thank you very much. And thanks for coming. And I really appreciate you joining us today. Gilberto, your perspective, your 2 minutes, please.
Okay. So, and if I can, I think the audience, we've got a lot of people that are investors, entrepreneurs, and what have you. For inbound investment, if you're coming into the U.S., particularly the state of Texas, definitely invest in either a person, program, or technology. Actually, we talked about all three when you first come in. A lot of times it's you're going to hire, whether it's a plant manager or a director or somebody that's going to run your business, HR person, but you need to have that cyber component at the top of your list as well. So hire somebody or contract somebody that can do that for you. Then the other one is partner with your community and local businesses as well, because they're the ones that you're gonna start developing that network. And Sean, as you mentioned, it's you're gonna develop that trust. So that's that's gonna help you as far as your entry into the state of Texas to do business in our state.
Sure, thank you. Shamla, to you now.
Yeah, sounds good. So, what I would say is cybersecurity is the next frontier for global disputes, for, global disagreements, for espionage and war and all the other bad things that will come with it. But I would just leave you with one thing, is to say there's so much good that comes out of embracing cybersecurity to enhance and protect your digital footprint, to enable your businesses to go faster, to build better products and better services that your consumers want. And the biggest opportunity, I think, is that now the outreach to consumers are no longer just in your country or within your borders. Now you can sell your products and services to consumers all over the world. So as much as this topic might have lots and lots of negative consequences, the benefits, I think, far outweigh the bad things that could happen. So the investments in cyber should be seen as huge exponential business and economic growth opportunities. And I do think that, the idea that you can now reach more consumers means that we are almost living in a borderless world, because your products and services can be delivered in ways, all over the world, and you can actually create very, very successful businesses. So I think this is good for all kinds of communities. As I said, it will be underpinned with trust. We have to make sure that we don't erode the trust, whether that's in, country to country relations, whether that's political and economic relations. There's a lot of opportunity here because there's enough for everyone, right? If I am manufacturing cars, I'm looking at how do I get these cars all over the world to 7.3 billion people? If I'm making hamburgers, I'm thinking, how do I get my hamburgers to 7.3 billion people? So the business opportunities are huge if we can digitize our business, embrace innovation, and then secure that technology footprint, because we're always going to have the malicious, intentional, criminal actor.
Good. That spurs business growth, either having all of those malicious actors that just spurs a whole different business opportunity there too. So Paolo, before I close out, I want to say thank you to you and to the Texas Brazil Chamber of Commerce in Brazil for giving us this opportunity to present some subject matter experts in Gilberto, in Shamla, and in Tomas. I want to thank you for that opportunity and give you.
Sorry to interrupt you, David. Sorry to interrupt you, but we have a question from a participant here. Yeah.
Perfect.
Hello, my name is Cassandra. Thanks for the opportunity to be here and asking this question for you. And my question is, do Brazil and U.S. have an opportunity to shape the standards and norms that can regulate cybersecurity with attention to what Shamla said, building trust and not over-regulating or punishing business?
Great question. Shamla, Tomas, Gilberto? Go ahead, Shamla.
I can start, David. So I think there's absolutely opportunity to combine resources and bring some thought leadership to start this standard, right? It doesn't have to be a very large group. It can start small. There's some precedent for this. For example, for many, many decades now, there's been an international consortium and an alliance of 5 countries that came together to share information and intelligence about, things like espionage and war and other factors. So there's precedent for this.
Well, thanks, Shamla.
Academic partnerships.
Sorry?
Okay, for the moment there, I think I was frozen. All right.
Yeah. Thank you very much, guys, for your contribution. Thank you for your outstanding contribution here to this event.
Thank you again, Paulo. Thank you for giving us an opportunity. Shamla, thank you for joining us. Tomas, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it very much. Gilberto, thank you as well.
Bye-bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Agradecemos imensamente o Dodó. Passamos a palavra ao presidente da Câmara, senhor Max Poe.
Bem, como nós havíamos falado ontem, nós íamos ter algumas entregas. E no evento de ontem, quando nós inauguramos a nossa subsede aqui, tive o prazer de conhecer um pessoal que está nos prestigiando, o pessoal não é aqui do estado, é de São Paulo, mas que eles têm uma proposta muito interessante. E aí eu discuti rapidamente com o meu amigo John, que deve estar nos ouvindo, e a gente vai lançar aqui uma proposta, um compromisso, na verdade. Mas antes, eu gostaria de convidar os meus amigos responsáveis por essas ideias para que venham ao palco, para que a gente possa efetivamente lançar a nossa proposta aqui, de maneira, vamos dizer, oficial. Bom, uma das coisas que une as culturas gaúcha e texana é a comida, o barbecue, o churrasco. E como eu já estava introduzindo a conversa, né, nós temos aqui uma proposta extremamente interessante, que é juntar essas experiências e trazer para cá um pouco da cultura americana, assim como levar um pouco da nossa para eles. Mas eu não vou alongar muito mais, só gostaria de saber se o John já está online. Não? Ok. Uhum. E, repetindo, o evento é propositivo. Nós vamos começar com as entregas de imediato. Né? E o que nós vamos falar agora, efetivamente, vai acontecer muito em breve. De qualquer sorte, eu não vou alongar muito a minha fala, já vou passar o microfone para os nossos amigos estrangeiros aqui de São Paulo. A brincadeira já aconteceu naturalmente, né? Nós como cariocas, vocês gaúchos e agora os paulistas aqui, então a brincadeira não podia deixar de existir naturalmente. Mas eles vão dar uma aula aqui para a gente, né? Eu fiquei particularmente impressionado e isso já casava com uma ideia essa que inclusive foi lançada pelo próprio John lá atrás, sendo que quando ele falou, eu disse, John, isso é um pouco ousado, a gente já tem pouco tempo para o evento, não dá para achar ninguém para falar disso agora, né? Mas deu. A gente encontrou ontem, e estamos falando hoje. Enfim, sem mais delongas, por gentileza.
Muito bom. Vocês me desculpem, mas eu vou falar sem máscara, porque a minha voz não sai com a máscara. Bom, meu nome é Bruno Panhoca. Panhoca é sobrenome mesmo. Todo mundo ri, é verdade. O certo é com GN italiana, né? Mas o bisavô chegou analfabeto, o cara do Porto também não era muito letrado, ficou com NH mesmo. Hoje eu sou o pitmaster. Pitmaster é simplesmente o cara que opera o pit smoker, a churrasqueira americana, a churrasqueira de barbecue. E aqui comigo está o Felipe Santos, que é CEO da Art Mil, uma empresa de 27 anos que fabrica equipamento de churrasco no Brasil e fabrica pit smokers no Brasil. Então a gente vai começar falando um pouquinho sobre os pit smokers. Se puder colocar minha apresentação aí, a gente já vai tocando. Tem um passador de slide? Não? Então eu vou pedindo só para passar então. Legal. Então vamos lá. A gente quer mostrar duas coisas aqui para vocês. Primeiro, que a gente tem a intenção de colocar os nossos defumadores, é muita pretensão, né? A gente querer vender equipamento de churrasco americano feito no Brasil para americanos. Mas hoje a gente tem uma vantagem muito grande, que é o câmbio. Né? Hoje, com a questão cambial, exportar é uma possibilidade real. A gente vê o uso do americano, do pit smoker, como uma coisa muito comum. Assim como a gente compra aquelas churrasqueirinhas no supermercado quando vai à praia e depois larga lá, eles fazem isso com pit smokers. É mais fácil deixar do que ficar transportando, do que ficar levando. Então, a gente tem equipamentos para fazer isso. A gente tem hoje como meta colocar os nossos equipamentos nos Estados Unidos. E, ao mesmo tempo, eu quero colocar brasileiros nos Estados Unidos fazendo turismo de churrasco. que é uma coisa que a gente ainda não aproveita aqui no Brasil. A gente tem alguma coisa de turismo gastronômico, mas muito pequena. Eu acho que Gramado é um grande exemplo disso, né? As pessoas vêm aqui atrás de galeto, de fondue, de café colonial, de chocolate. E o Texas tem essa vantagem de ser um dos berços do barbecue nos Estados Unidos, né? Uma cultura grande, é uma rixa muito grande entre os estados, mas o Texas é um estado muito relevante quando se fala em barbecue, talvez o mais famoso de todos. E a gente esteve no Lone Star ontem, acho que pôde ver o equipamento lá. Quem quiser amanhã também, a gente vai estar lá no evento. Tem o equipamento, a gente trouxe também um equipamento pequeno para demonstrar para vocês. E pode passar. E a gente lançou no Brasil a linha de Table Pits, né? Por que pit é churrasqueira nos Estados Unidos? Porque a história começou fazendo churrasco em valas. Se fazia a vala, se punha a grelha por cima, de bambu ou de madeira, e assava a carne. Então, pit é vala. E hoje a gente tem pit smoker, você tem pit grill, você tem fire pit. Então, pit é churrasqueira, simplesmente churrasqueira nos Estados Unidos. E a gente lançou essa linha de table pits, que são defumadores de mesa. Você faz todo o princípio do American Barbecue num equipamento desse, e ele é pequenininho. Ele tem 50 centímetros? 50 centímetros de largura, mas tem uma capacidade boa. Você faz um churrasco para 15, 20 pessoas aí dentro. E ele pode funcionar como uma churrasqueira a bafo, como um forno e também como uma grelha. É só tirar aquela chapa que tem embaixo ali, é fácil de remover, muito fácil. E isso é uma conquista para a gente também, porque hoje esses equipamentos são vendidos no Leroy Merlin. Na maior rede de home center do Brasil, a gente já tem pit smokers, ou seja, churrasco texano sendo vendido numa rede francesa de home centers, que é a maior do Brasil. Então, é a globalização do churrasco dentro de um equipamento. E esse é um equipamento que a gente vê muito potencial em colocar ele nos Estados Unidos, em tê-lo nos Estados Unidos. Não sei se vocês já tiveram oportunidade de ver um bom lugar para se comprar equipamentos de churrasco nos Estados Unidos são as lojas de esporte, né? Então, eles levam isso muito a sério, né? Levam como um esporte realmente. Eu acho que essas semelhanças entre o Rio Grande do Sul e o Texas são muito grandes, né? A paixão pelo churrasco aqui se tem. Em todo lugar você encontra coisas para churrasco. Eu lembro uma vez um amigo meu gaúcho falando que no motel que ele ia com a namorada tinha uma churrasqueira. Eu acho isso incrível, né? É maravilhoso. Só no Rio Grande do Sul isso é possível, né? E no Texas também, onde você vai, você vê fumaça saindo. Por quê? Porque tem gente assando carne, tem gente fazendo churrasco. Essa é uma foto da Arte 1000. A gente tem esse Parque Fabril com 3 galpões, um escritório. Ainda tem uma área que o Felipe já está pensando em ampliar, né, Felipe? Porque a demanda está ficando alta. Nos maiores devaneios, a gente não acreditava tanto. A gente acreditava no projeto, mas a gente não acreditava que ele ia dar tão certo, que o churrasco americano ia ganhar esse espaço gigante aqui no Brasil. E hoje, graças a muito trabalho, a gente conseguiu esse feito, e hoje a gente tem essa marca aqui no Brasil, que é uma marca muito forte, reconhecida já no mercado, e dentro do barbecue com menos de 2 anos de atividade. Você quer falar alguma coisa, Felipe? Não? Para a gente deixar vocês com fome na hora do almoço, vamos falar um pouquinho de turismo de churrasco. É verdade isso? Sim. Já existem agências de turismo brasileiras que levam grupos para conhecer o churrasco texano. Todos os anos, 2 grupos, pelo menos de 20 pessoas, saem do Brasil para ir comer churrasco no Texas. É incrível isso, né? E só parou por conta da pandemia. Para o ano que vem, eu já sei de 3 projetos, já fui consultado para mais 2. E se der na louca, a gente faz o nosso também. Você tem smokehouses centenárias, você vai conhecer casas de churrasco nos Estados Unidos que tem mais de 120 anos de operação. Uma delas eu vou mostrar para vocês, tem uma particularidade muito interessante. Qual é o grande barato? Porque o brasileiro gosta tanto do churrasco do Texas. Você tem churrasco nos Estados Unidos em toda a parte sul, né? Carolina do Sul, Carolina do Norte, Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky. Por que o brasileiro gosta tanto do Texas? Porque no Texas é onde se faz churrasco com carne bovina. O foco do churrasco texano é a carne bovina. Em 2019, eu cheguei em Houston e eu fui para Memphis competir, né? Eu faço parte de uma equipe de competição americana, de campeonato de churrasco. E quando eu estava saindo do Texas, um dos caras falou para mim, você está indo para onde? Eu falei, estou falando para Memphis. Ele falou, não, aproveita para comer porco lá, não come carne não, que eles não sabem fazer. E quando eu estava voltando do Tennessee para o Texas, falou assim, come bastante carne lá, porque porco é aqui, lá eles não sabem fazer porco. Tem essa guerra, né? Tem essa disputa que é muito saudável, né? Que foi daí que surgiram os campeonatos, inclusive com os molhos, né? O americano não come churrasco sem molho. Você tem molho barbecue, no Texas ele é mais apimentado, na parte sul ali do meio ele é o molho clássico que a gente conhece, aquele meio adocicado. Na Carolina do Norte você vai ter um molho à base de vinagre, um molho barbecue bem ácido. Na Carolina do Sul, pela colonização ser alemã, esse molho, em vez de vinagre, leva mostarda. Já viram o molho barbecue amarelo? Existe um molho barbecue amarelo. Inclusive, eu trouxe para a gente degustar amanhã, lá no Lone Star. Quem estiver lá vai ter o prazer de comer com a gente. No Alabama, por exemplo, o molho barbecue é branco. É feito à base de maionese. Então, a gente fica muito limitado com essas coisas, né? Eu gosto de trazer essas curiosidades, porque a gente vai vendo o quão rico é essa cultura do churrasco. Tanto aqui, quanto lá. E é muito legal a gente ir para lá. Pode passar para a gente. Então, por que o Texas é um bom destino para se fazer essa viagem? Primeiro que você tem 2 aeroportos gigantes com voos diretos. Você tem voos diretos do Brasil para Houston e direto para Dallas. E aí você escolhe onde você quer chegar. Porque o grande barato é você rodar. Você circular o Texas. Eu fiz um roteirinho aqui para a gente. E é muito legal porque assim, o estado é cortado por estradas maravilhosas, gigantescas, muito boas. Você faz 200 milhas em 2 horas e meia, 3 horas de viagem. Cuidado com a multa, porque lá é pesado. Mas tem algumas interestaduais lá, por exemplo, que o speed limit é 70 milhas. Olha que delícia. E todo mundo anda a 70, sai da frente, inclusive os caminhões. E eles são bons disso lá, hein? Eles gostam. As principais cidades que a gente tem para visitar: Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, Houston e Lockhart. Por que eu vou ter uma estrelinha em Lockhart? Porque Lockhart é a capital do barbecue no Texas. Existe uma lei estadual no Texas que diz que Lockhart é a capital. E nós vamos entender o porquê. Pode passar. Em Dallas, a gente tem algumas coisas legais. Por exemplo, Deep Ellum. Deep Ellum é um bairro que tem bares, restaurantes, lanchonetes. É muito legal. Arlington é uma cidade colada em Dallas. Fort Worth também. Pode passar. Então, o Deep Ellum, pode passar mais uma também. No Deep Ellum, a gente tem, por exemplo, o Pecan Lodge, que é uma smokehouse mais moderna, né? Usa equipamentos tradicionais, mas é uma smokehouse moderna. Né? Vai muito jovem, é meio balada, funciona à noite também. As tradicionais nunca funcionam à noite. Eles fecham cedo. Tá? Então, você consegue comer um barbecue de qualidade num lugar descolado, num lugar bacana. Então, não é uma viagem só de gordo, nem uma viagem só de velho. Né? É uma viagem para quem quer se divertir também. Em Fort Worth, a gente tem o Haim Barbecue, que é o cara que inventou o Pork Belly Burn Ends. Ele faz pedacinhos de barriga de porco defumado e depois passa um molho. É um negócio sensacional. E esse é o prato mais moderno do barbecue. Ele data mais ou menos da década de 80 do século passado, né? De 1980. Então, esse Haim Barbecue vale a visita. E tem a Longhorn Parade, pode passar. Todos os dias em Fort Worth, de manhã, o gado sai das fazendas, passa no meio da cidade, e à noite ele volta pelo meio da cidade. É um tremendo acontecimento. Né? E o tamanho dos chifres, né, desses animais, eles são gigantescos, e às vezes acontece de um ou outro desgarrar, aí que a parada fica divertida. Aí é que a galera gosta, vira filme, vira meme. Mas também é uma coisa muito legal e que é muito tradicional aqui, né? O Paulo estava falando que teve lá e viu um Longhorn passando em frente à NASA em Houston. E é a pura verdade. Né? Esse acho que é a grande magia do Texas, é a grande brincadeira do Texas. Podemos passar. Em Arlington você tem a Lockhart Smokehouse, ou seja, uma smokehouse do lado de Dallas, mas que tem o nome da capital, porque é um churrasco bem tradicional. E você tem o AT&T Stadium, pode passar, que é um monstro. Quem conhece, quem vai ao Texas precisa conhecer esse lugar. Você faz um tour, você paga mais ou menos 10, 12 dólares, e você faz um tour pelo estádio do Dallas Cowboys, que é monumental. É um negócio fora do comum. Para vocês terem uma ideia, o telão ali no meio, ele tem 60 metros de largura. É mais legal ver o jogo no telão do que lá embaixo. Você vê na tua cara. O lugar é lindo, é maravilhoso. Nesse dia que eu fui, eles estavam fazendo uma formatura. eles usam, inclusive, o estádio não para. Enquanto estavam montando essa formatura, nos camarotes estavam rolando convenções de empresa. Você imagina que legal você fazer a tua convenção da empresa, a tua reunião da empresa, dentro de um estádio desse, né? Isso é uma coisa que a gente precisa aprender, a tratar as arenas esportivas como um local de negócio, e não só como um lugar para ver jogo de futebol uma vez por semana. Né? Você tem aqui 2 estádios maravilhosos em Porto Alegre, e que são subutilizados para caramba, né? Tem um potencial gigantesco. Saindo de Dallas, né, por exemplo, eu cheguei em Houston, subi para Memphis, depois vim descendo, né? Então, vou fazer meu roteiro por aí. Você vai para Austin. Austin, os caras brincam, mas Austin fica mesmo no Texas ou na Califórnia? É uma cidade super moderna, né? Tem o South by Southwestern, que é um evento de tendência digital muito bacana, que reúne gente do mundo inteiro, é em Austin. Mas a coisa mais legal de Austin é que existe o melhor brisket do mundo. O que é brisket? Granito, ponta de peito, maçã do peito. O corte mais tradicional do Texas. Pode passar. Que é o Franklin Barbecue. 4 horas de fila para comer essa comida. Ele faz 106 peças por dia. E eu cheguei 7 horas da manhã na fila. Ele abre às 11. Já tinham 25 pessoas na minha frente. Inclusive, é muito engraçado, tinha um oriental na minha frente, eu comecei a conversar com ele, eu falei, de onde você é? Ele falou, sou de Miami. Eu falei, veio passar férias? Ele não, vinha almoçar. Eu falei, como assim veio almoçar? Ele falou, a JetBlue tem umas passagens promocionais de $10 ida e volta Miami-Austin, ou Miami-Dallas. Ele falou, eu saio de manhã, venho para cá, entro na fila, como, faço uma marmita e volto. Ele falou, fica mais barato do que andar de Uber em Miami. Então, você imagina o destino que é. E eu dei uma sorte, eu cheguei cedo, e era o primeiro dia de férias de verão. Eu contei na fila, às 8h30 da manhã, tinham 450 pessoas. E uma festa na fila, todo mundo tomando cerveja, tocando música. As pessoas levam a pé. Às 8 da manhã, abre o restaurante, começa a vender cerveja, e você ganha cadeira. Aí, meu amigo, vira uma farra. Então, isso é muito comum lá, são essas bandejas, né, se serve direto na bandeja. Então, não está muito nítida a imagem, né, mas eu tenho. Né? Mas se você pesquisar Prosopis juliflora, sabe o que vai aparecer para você? Algaroba. É a árvore mais comum no sertão nordestino. Ou seja, no Nordeste do Brasil existe um potencial gigante para barbecue com a mesma lenha que é usada no Texas. É incrível. Então, ali à esquerda você vê o pit, né, ele é todo de alvenaria, a madeira fica só do lado de fora, não tem fogo dentro. Isso é muito legal. O fogo fica só ali fora. Ali só entra o calor indireto e a fumaça. E aí vai assando a carne. As carnes levam 6, 8, 10, 12, até 16 horas. O Franklin leva 14 horas para fazer o brisket. E isso é muito legal e isso tem que ser valorizado, óbvio, né? Então, isso é um lugar muito legal. E aí tem uma placa escrito assim, no forks. Ou seja, não tem garfo, coma com a mão. O máximo que ele te dá é uma faquinha de plástico. Se você quiser muito cortar alguma coisa, ele te dá uma faquinha de plástico. Mas garfo não tem, nunca teve. É sensacional. Pode passar. Depois você tem o Cross Market. As 2 casas fundadas em 1900? Não. Cross Market era o nome daquele outro lugar. Em 1960 e pouco, teve um racha na família. E aí eles dividiram. Uma parte da família ficou com o nome e abriu um outro prédio. E a outra parte ficou com o prédio e botou outro nome. Então, é uma concorrência gigantesca. Tanto que eles revezam, cada época do ano, um abre às 10, o outro abre às 11. Eles têm um acordo lá, 10 da manhã. E eu cheguei 10 da manhã, fiquei esperando o Smith's abrir. Nesse dia estava o Smith's abrindo às 10. Esperei abrir, comi, saí, fui para esse. Comi, depois no Cross Market, pode passar. E depois fui para o Black's, que é Open 8 Days a Week. Não fecha nunca. É sensacional esse lugar. É muito legal. E ele é famoso pelas beef ribs, ou seja, o costelão. Só que a costela lá, ela fica 14, 16 horas dentro do smoker e ela sai preta. Porque é o efeito da fumaça, e a gente chama isso de bark, que é aquela casquinha que fica em cima da carne, que não é queimado. Aqui no Brasil as pessoas ainda não sabem isso, e tudo bem, ninguém é obrigado a saber disso. Né? Eu cometi vocês vão querer me matar, né? Mas em 2017 eu servi brisket numa churrascaria rodízio em São Paulo. Eu punha no carrinho, né? O gerente da churrascaria contratou a gente para fazer, ele falou, Tá, entrega lá que os caras vão passar. Eu falei, negativo, eu vou passar. Como assim? Vai fazer serviço de passador? Eu falei, vou, lógico. Fui para o meio do salão, empurrando um carrinho com aquela carne preta. O povo olhava meio torto. Tá. O senhor aceita brisket? O que é isso? É a ponta de peito bovina, defumada 12 horas na lenha de maçã, temperada com dry rub, tempero típico do sul dos Estados Unidos. Ah, eu quero. E aí começou a andar. Teve uma senhora que virou para mim e falou assim, mocinho, já fiquei feliz que ela me chamou de mocinho, né? A sua carne é a carne mais gostosa da churrascaria. Mas ela parece um pulmão de fumante. Olhei em cima da mesa, tinha um maço de Marlboro. O que vem, né? Aquelas fotos que vem agora, vem aqueles pés sem dedo, não sei o quê, vem e mostra a foto do pulmão. E ela estava coberta de razão. Parece realmente. A partir desse momento que eu comecei a fazer, eu punha no carrinho, abria na metade, virava e mostrava a carne como estava por dentro. Dobrou a aceitação. Foi um tapa na cara muito legal que ela me deu. Podemos passar mais uma? Descendo mais um pouco, a gente vai para San Antônio, divisa com o México. E esse é o Álamo. Essa construção é o Álamo, é um forte mexicano que foi tomado durante a guerra, né, para conquistar o Texas. E tem lá dentro é história pura. É maravilhoso entrar nesse lugar e tem duas vantagens. Primeiro, que ele é aberto, mas no Texas chove pouco e é grátis. É só você entrar na fila e lá dentro você tem 1 milhão de coisas para ver, dá para passar o dia inteiro lá dentro, é sensacional. Mas não fique o dia inteiro lá dentro, você vai ter que ir no 2M Barbecue, pode passar, que também é uma smokehouse fantástica. Se você olhar, você fala assim, eu não vou entrar nesse lugar. O smoker está num barraco de madeira, as janelas são saco de estopa grampeado. Você olha e fala, não dá para comer nesse lugar, mas dá e é incrível, pode passar. Então tem essa imagem, olha o tamanho dessa costela, que coisa linda. É bom fazer isso antes do almoço, né? Tá, então isso é um prato clássico de barbecue americano. Então tem costela, tem brisket, tem linguiça. Eles fazem muita linguiça boa, lá muita. Fruto do quê? Da influência alemã, né? Tem uma colonização alemã muito forte no Texas. Então a linguiça é uma iguaria muito legal no Texas. Aqueles lugares lá em Lockhart começaram como fábricas de linguiça. E aí começaram a fazer para servir e virou casa de churrasco. Então o 2M é muito legal, só que ele é feito por mexicanos também. E em Houston, né, para fechar a nossa viagem, eu não tive problema nenhum em Houston. Um lugar sensacional, uma cidade fantástica, gigante, com um trânsito doido. Não é reentrada. Se você tem que pegar uma saída X, pegue, porque senão você está perdido. Você vai ter que dar uma volta gigante. Tudo funciona, desde que você não erre. E a galera dirige assim, ó. Ali é todo mundo piloto. É impressionante. Houston é muito legal. Esse lugar, por exemplo, volta uma só, por favor. Esse lugar é o Truth Barbecue, que é uma casa também muito, muito antiga, né? Olha o tamanho dos submarinos que os caras usam para fazer churrasco. É gigante, né? No Franklin, lá em Austin, tem 7 desses. Aí tem 6. Tudo muito, muito organizado, tudo muito bacana. É um lugar incrível para se conhecer. E é um turismo divertido, porque você tem comida de manhã, a maioria das smokehouses não funciona à noite, porque eles trabalham com uma coisa chamada escassez. Se essa comida leva 16 horas para ficar pronta, não dá para fazer... Acabou, meu amigo. Só amanhã agora. Então, isso é uma coisa muito bacana. Por isso que forma fila, por isso que as pessoas ficam esperando, por isso que as pessoas viajam de longe para comer. Ele é raro, ele não é comum. E isso é uma estratégia de marketing muito boa. Pode passar uma. Aqui a gente tem também um prato, isso aqui é também em Houston, e tem o crawfish, que parece um lagostim. Você olha e fala, nossa, quanta comida, né? Mas no fim você come só uma pontinha dele. O resto não dá para comer. É muito estranho. E apimentado, isso é uma coisa que você tem que tomar muito cuidado no Texas. O barbecue é legal, mas o resto das comidas tem pimenta. Tem pimenta para valer. Experimenta antes, pergunta, vê se dá para fazer uma versão mais leve, que é bem forte. E isso é o que a gente faz hoje aqui no Brasil, trabalhando para difundir essa cultura, e a gente tem essa campanha que é o Vamos Defumar o Mundo, levando a fumaça, o churrasco texano para o Brasil inteiro, sem querer substituir ou ser melhor que qualquer outro tipo de churrasco. Isso que é importante, né? Nunca vou falar que o meu churrasco é melhor que o de ninguém. Mas também não vou deixar ninguém falar que o dele é melhor que o meu. são complementares, né? São atividades complementares. Se você vai comer churrasco 20 vezes no ano, come uma vez desse jeito. Olha o potencial que esse mercado tem, né? E qual que é o churrasco que está bombando nos Estados Unidos? Espeto corrido. Quem comprou a fogo de chão? Um grupo americano. Hoje, a maioria das capitais americanas tem uma fogo de chão. Tem gaúcho servindo espeto corrido nos Estados Unidos. Por quê? Porque está rolando esse intercâmbio de churrasco, né? Todas as culturas têm um churrasco próprio, né? Todos os países, todas as regiões têm um churrasco próprio. E agora a gente tem um intercâmbio muito legal disso acontecendo, que é o churrasco americano vindo para o Brasil, o churrasco brasileiro, o churrasco argentino indo para lá. Mas lá você encontra também bastante. No Texas tem bastante fogo de chão, se faz muito, né? Não do jeito que a gente faz aqui, eles fazem um pouco mais elaborado, passam muito tempero, mas é um lugar muito legal. E a gente tem essa missão hoje de defumar o mundo. Obrigado pela atenção de vocês. Espero que eu tenha achado pelo menos vocês com fome. E à tarde a gente está junto aqui para falar mais um pouquinho sobre negócios no Texas. Certo?
Com absoluta certeza. O John já está online. John? Então, pode falar? Entra no link, então, estamos ao vivo. Bom, o John já vai entrar. Eu pedi para que o John participasse, porque como eu havia dito um pouco, ele teve essa ideia, né? Eu achei muito ousada, mas a gente está sempre atrás das oportunidades, e elas, quando aparecem, a gente não pode deixar passar. Bom, John, eu não sei o que você conseguiu ver, mas acho que a gente teve uma aula aqui do pessoal que topou a sua ideia. Eles nem sabiam que alguém havia lançado essa ideia. Mas eu gostaria que você falasse um pouquinho para a gente daquilo que você tinha pensado, o que você acha da proposta e o que você pensa que nós podemos agregar de trabalho em conjunto para fazer o que você, repito, já havia sugerido anteriormente.
Incrível. Parabéns. Foi um tour de force. Pode pedir emprego do Texas Secretary of Tourism. Incrível a apresentação do Texas, a culinária, juntar fome com a vontade de comer. A frase brasileira não tem como traduzir isso bem no inglês. Put together hunger with the capacity to eat. Mas é incrível. Tem tudo para dar certo. Tem eventos como no Texas State Fair, como no Expo Inter, onde dá talvez para montar um desafio, Texas Rio Grande do Sul Challenge. Mas não é apenas churrasco, barbecue. É uma guerra contra os estilos. Costela versus ribs, brisket versus galeto. Você pode fazer e trazer as culturas diferentes. E lá também tem a oportunidade comercial para trazer cachaças do Rio Grande do Sul para o mercado do Texas. Tem os vinhos do Texas, tem os vinhos do Rio Grande do Sul, e tem o whisky e o bourbon, tem o whisky trail, tem como juntar vários aspectos de culinária brasileira, texana, gaúcho, em forma, espírito de cooperação. É uma grande alegria de ter comida que traz pessoas, famílias, comunidades juntos. Então, acho que só temos que lançar onde queremos criar este evento, esta possibilidade. É a tropicalização da tecnologia do pit smoker. Pode trazer inovações. Realmente, com taxa de câmbio muito favorável, produtos de valor agregado, como pit smokers, Tem tudo para dar certo, eu acho que achar os canais comerciais apropriados, a escala que tem em Texas não tem em Mississippi. Então, Texas é o lugar para montar sua estratégia de internacionalização de churrasco, estilo churrasco brasileiro nos Estados Unidos. É muito interessante. Então, tem tudo para dar certo. Parabéns na seu conhecimento impressionante do churrasco. Ficando na fila também, o Franklin's é uma experiência. Mas é muito sério também. É um assunto sério, como futebol. Então, qualquer abordagem tem que estudar profundamente regras, padrões e tradição. Muito obrigado. Isso é minha contribuição desse aspecto. Parabéns na apresentação. Realmente uma aula.
Muito obrigado, John. Eu esqueci de dizer uma coisa, né? O churrasco é tão importante nos Estados Unidos, o barbecue, que existem campeonatos e campeonatos seríssimos. Quem já teve a oportunidade de ver na TV a cabo aqui no Brasil, são programas interessantíssimos. E um dos Big Four... Stubbs! Um dos Big Four, dos campeonatos que eles chamam de World Champion, quem ganha, é em Houston, no rodeio em Houston. E já existe uma equipe brasileira que foi em 2019, 2020, agora não teve, né? Esse ano não aconteceu, mas já tem equipe brasileira indo para lá no ano que vem. Tem um pitmaster aqui do Brasil que tem um acordo e ele tem uma vaga lá garantida na competição, na área internacional da competição. E a gente quer ver com você, John, você consegue mais uma vaga para a gente lá, para a gente levar mais um time brasileiro e levar um time gaúcho lá para fazer bonito lá no campeonato em Houston. Eu participo de um campeonato em Memphis, né, o Memphis in May, que também é um dos Big Four. Mas é uma instituição sagrada o campeonato, né? Só que assim, a carne de campeonato você não come.
Eu acho que juntando também cerveja artesanal,
sim,
um problema na internacionalização de cerveja artesanal é que não pode exportar, porque tem que ser fresh beer. Não aguenta 30 dias no mar.
Não.
Mas você pode colaborar através de receitas colaborativas e cross-merchandising, co-branding com cervejas artesanais e brew pubs brasileiros com brew pubs texanas e ter aquela experiência de concurso, de competição internacional. Isso traz valor ao seu negócio no Brasil por ter escolhido ganho prêmio internacional e também vice-versa. Abre os olhos, inovações, educação, treinamento, as melhores práticas, tudo isso. Então, eu acho que churrasco, claro, é o core, coroa da coisa, mas acrescenta cerveja artesanal, acrescenta vinho, acrescenta cachaça, e você tem uma receita muito válida, eu acho. Feiras como Expo Inter, talvez dá para convidar um grupo texano para participar, Texas State Fair, outros eventos, até criar um evento próprio, o Texas Rio Grande do Sul. Isso, a Câmara Texana, certamente, de Max, está pensando, Paulo, nessa direção.
Então, eu vou te lançar uma novidade aqui. Em fevereiro do ano que vem, em 2022, nós vamos fazer em Cerquilho, que é no estado de São Paulo, né, onde fica a fábrica da Art Milk, fabrica os pit smokers. Nós vamos fazer o primeiro evento de churrasco brasileiro totalmente dedicado ao barbecue. Vai se chamar Fumacê, e é um evento totalmente dedicado ao barbecue no Brasil, com 20 tipos de carne diferentes para 2.000 pessoas. E acho que está aí uma grande oportunidade para a gente trazer texanos para cá, para mostrar um pouco da cultura, para mostrar um pouco de como é feito no Texas. Aqui no Brasil a gente faz um pouco diferente, né? A gente teve que adaptar um pouco os padrões de sabor, né? Usar um pouco menos de pimenta, tudo isso, mas, né, faz parte do jogo, adaptar o sabor. Mas a gente vai lançar esse evento, então em 2022 a gente já tem um evento para trazer texanos para o Brasil para fazer isso. E quem sabe a gente traz uma edição desse evento aqui para o Rio Grande do Sul, e na colaboração a gente acaba indo para o Texas para mostrar também um pouco do que a gente faz e como a gente trabalha o barbecue aqui, né? Já tem gente falando em Brazilian barbecue, eu sou meio contra esse termo. Eu acho que o barbecue é maior do que só isso, né? Não pode limitar. E a gente vai mexendo nisso no tempero, né? Você falou de adaptação de cervejas, a gente pode trocar ingredientes. Por exemplo, eu faço alguns dry rubs com açaí em pó, que jamais vai ser feito nos Estados Unidos, né? Então a gente vai trabalhando as coisas aqui para deixar o barbecue popular no Brasil. Eu tenho uma linha de dry rubs hoje assinada por uma empresa brasileira. A gente faz 5 tipos de molho barbecue, né? O molho do Texas, do Kansas, Carolina do Sul, Carolina do Norte. São vários tipos de molho. Então é uma popularização do barbecue no Brasil muito legal. E fica aqui o meu pedido, cava uma vaguinha para a gente no rodeio em Houston.
Ah, muito bom.
Muito obrigado, John. Obrigado pela oportunidade de a gente poder apresentar aqui o nosso trabalho, a empresa que a gente representa hoje e o barbecue no Brasil.
Bem, John, digo mesmo. Pessoal, em razão do horário, e como isso aqui é uma pauta extra, eu chamei de pequena entrega, eu queria também agradecer mais uma vez a presença de todos vocês, lembrando que a gente tem um retorno breve, então o almoço hoje deve ser mais leve, até porque ontem todo mundo teve água para beber e algumas outras coisinhas mais, no evento que a gente fez, acho que tem uma certa reserva. Mas, de qualquer sorte, então, eu queria dizer para vocês que o desafio já está lançado, né? Depende agora da gente, né? Isso, dependendo da gente, isso vai acontecer, ok? Muito obrigado, gente. Ótimo.
A Câmara Texana e o Lone Star convidam você para uma demonstração cultural do Rio Grande do Sul e do Texas. Amanhã, dia 11 de julho, a partir das 11 horas, no Lone Star. Vocês são nossos convidados. E as atrações, então, Caio Pitmaster, Texas Barbecue, Arte Mil Equipamentos, Grupo Sonnenschein, Danças Folclóricas, William Dalton Show Country, exposição de produtos locais, Quarteto Coração Potro Show Musical, Sítio Tradição Show com Cavalos. Não percam, estaremos aguardando vocês. Na saída, pode fazer a confirmação da presença de vocês. Obrigada.
Bom, então, agora vamos almoçar, mesmo? Boa tarde a todos.
Só lembramos que o retorno vai ser a partir das 13h30. Muito obrigada. Senhoras e senhores, boa tarde. Dando continuidade à nossa programação para falar sobre a internacionalização do ensino superior no Texas e no Rio Grande do Sul, o papel das universidades no Texas na cooperação internacional, o case do Texas International Education Consortium, assistiremos à apresentação da CEO TAIC, senhora Robin Lerner, da diretora de Relações Internacionais e Institucionais da Universidade Fevale, professora doutora Paula Casari Kundari, para falar sobre oportunidades para estudantes brasileiros e instituições de ensino como TAIC, e a professora doutora Neuza da Silva Mate, da Universidade Federal do Rio Grande do Sul, Instituto Cultural Brasileiro Norte-Americano, diretora cultural e acadêmica. Com a palavra, senhora Robin Lerner.
Hello. Thank you all so much for having me today. I do want to ask the organizers, we have a slideshow to show, and I want to make sure that we're able to present our slideshow from Zoom. Okay. Okay, great. Anna, are you set for that?
Yes, ready.
Okay, great. All right, well, thank you, everybody. Thank you for having us here today. I'm very pleased to be joining you. My name is Robin Lerner, as you heard, and I am the president and CEO of the Texas International Education Consortium. We do call it TIC for short. A little bit about myself. I've had a long career in foreign policy and international educational and cultural exchange programs. Before I joined TIC here in Texas, I worked in the United States Department of State in Washington, D.C. for about 12 years, during which time I worked on some of the toughest human rights challenges we have around the world and in some of our really large embassy environments. And for 4 years, I governed the J-1 Visa Exchange Visitor Program, which is now called Bridge USA. And for those who don't know, that's the United States mechanism for allowing international educational and cultural exchange programs. And some 300,000 international visitors come to the U.S. annually under these programs that I governed while at the Department of State. I also worked in the United States Senate, where I authorized funding and programs to support the U.S. Department of State's human rights and international education initiatives. And previous to all of that, I worked with the United Nations and the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe in post-conflict Bosnia, Croatia, and Kosovo. And now I tell you this because through all of those challenging roles and environments, I learned firsthand the positive role universities play in building strong societies and developing human capital. I really believe this to my core, and it's the reason why I now work for this wonderful organization called TIC in Texas to bring universities and industry together to create new opportunities for students and scholars around the world. So I'm very pleased that the Texas Chamber of Commerce in Brazil invited us to participate and to help you get to know the opportunities through TIC. All right, so who is TIC? We are a 35-year-old organization devoted to increasing international partnerships and programs between Texas higher education and the world. TIC promotes internationalization among our members by linking them to vetted partners around the world in universities or in private sector industry, facilitating international programs with and for our members, and sharing Texas expertise through MOU-based partnerships, fee-for-service projects, and government grants. Now, we are an attractive partner for private sector firms who want to work with Texas universities and don't know how to get started. We are also an attractive partner for those seeking specifically to build workforce or educational programs to support their operations. We offer a very easy avenue to cooperate with Texas. Now, interestingly, we were created to be a nimble nonprofit partner to our universities with their larger bureaucracy as they pursued stronger internationalization programs. Sometimes our universities can't act quite as quickly as a small nonprofit can. But today, through collaborative programs and a new affiliate membership that we will talk about, we have opened new ways for our friends around the world to be part of this network. So our work really now is to strengthen our network and our ability to create pathways of communication between Texas and all of you and others around the world. So how specifically do we do all this? Well, first, we are an association of 29 Texas member universities and a growing number of affiliate members around the world. Currently, we are 32 members total. Our central pillar is sharing Texas innovation globally and bringing international expertise to Texas. We are not an international student recruitment organization. We are a partnership builder and an opportunity seeker on behalf of our members. We have created this international network model in order to create an efficient and simple way for universities to find one another, because one of the biggest roadblocks to partnerships is just knowing each other. We feel like once people know each other, we can generate new pathways of international cooperation that we never thought about before. This also applies to private sector companies. Because our network includes all of Texas, we are a partner for entities looking for Texas programs and partnerships. And really, we know our members very well and can really help steer folks that are looking for opportunities in Texas. We can steer you to the right university, the right educational institution. Now, second, we believe in collaboration and advancing multi-university initiatives. And we say multi-university because sometimes you need something that has where there's expertise found in a number of different universities, not just one. So we really focus on collaborating, creating these multi-university opportunities. And this opens up a lot of opportunity for individual faculty. And why do we do this? Because when institutional partnerships are best formed by people working together. Once they work together and develop these relationships, we feel a long-term partnership can begin and much can come from there. And for that reason, TIKE has chosen to be a programmatic consortium. You don't typically find consortia like ourselves who do the number of programs that we do. We currently implement around 6 active projects around the world right now. Now, we're always looking out for avenues to share our members' research and innovation for international application. For example, a geospatial engineering project for ports in Texas may be applicable to the needs of ports in Brazil. But our universities who are working on these projects in Texas aren't thinking about Brazil. So it's our job to kind of look for opportunities like that and bring entities together. And through that, we facilitate proposals for international development and diplomacy programs with and for our members. So you can think of us as sharing Texas ingenuity to do good around the world. And we do that through contracts as well as grants that we find funding for. Third, we operate the state of Texas's longest running intensive English program, which is called the Texas Intensive English Program. And through this program, we teach English to individual students and offer professional development for English teachers. We also do English for specific purposes for professionals. We currently operate all of our programs online and are ready to resume in-person instruction as soon as people ask us to. We are very nimble that way. So why do we focus on English language instruction? Well, TIKE has always done its part to respond to the significant unmet demand for English around the world, including helping universities create or grow their own English language curriculum and training employees of private sector firms. We know K-12 English teachers create the foundations for students to engage in English curricula at university. So we have developed an online and in-person professional development program for English teachers around the world. We heartily believe that the more resources and training they have, the greater the skills their students will acquire. As English is the common global language, we want to help break down barriers for non-English speakers. Communication skills are so essential for connecting globally, so we have made English a core pillar of our work. Now, at the center of everything we do is our universities. As mentioned, our consortium currently includes 29 Texas universities, and it's growing. But the strength of our Texas universities is truly astonishing, and you're looking right now just at a glimpse. And I really mean a glimpse only. We have so much. As you can see, we have 9 strong Carnegie Tier 1 research institutions. We have top oil and gas, as well as renewable energy research and expertise. We have top programs in tech and entrepreneurship, with some of our universities ranking number 7, number 8, number 6, number 1, depending on what programs you're looking at. We have the nation's leader in agriculture and food production. We have the Borlaug Institute at Texas A&M University, which is the leader in the fight against world hunger. And our universities are also at the top for hospitality management. Excuse me. Interestingly, we have a university that was created specifically to train engineers for NASA, the National Aerospace Agency for the United States. Excuse me. Texas also has the world's largest medical complex in Houston. And we have world-renowned geospatial engineering, ports, and environmental sustainability programs. We really have it all. And our universities are really prepared to work with industry and very keen to collaborate internationally. So how can you engage with us? Well, first, bring us in on a project. TEG has over 3 decades of expertise in forging lasting people-to-people and institutional ties around the world through higher ed collaboration and project management. And here are a couple of programs to help you understand how TEG may be of assistance to your educational institution. First, higher education capacity building for institutions that are seeking our help to strengthen their academic programs. Now, I just want to say, we believe that international collaboration makes everyone's institution stronger, which is why we run these programs. We do not believe that Texas has the answers for everyone else, but we believe that engaging around curriculum makes us stronger, as well as those who are asking us for programs. So we offer capacity building programs that your institutions can take advantage of because we do believe in continuous improvement. We are able to offer degree programs and ready-made courses, and faculty from across our member institutions are open and willing to share how to create degree programs and share their methods of teaching, learning, and administrative policies that lay the foundations of world-class universities. For example, we support university curriculum review and academic strengthening goals through grant-funded collaborative projects and fee-for-service contracts. So someone who just wants something done and has funding from within their university can just hire us. Or we can work together to create a grant proposal to an entity that might fund the goals of that program. We also help universities transition face-to-face curriculum into rigorous, high-quality, hybrid, and online learning programs. Finally, TIKE assists universities as they seek accreditation or re-accreditation, ensuring that students are ready to meet global industry standards. To give you a real-world example of how TIKE works with universities to modernize curriculum, well, TIKE facilitated a curriculum review of a Bachelor of Science in Nursing program and a proposed accelerated Bachelor's of Science in Nursing for Badr University in Cairo, Egypt. TIKE engaged faculty from the University of Texas at Arlington to provide recommendations. They did a deep dive, worked closely with faculty and deans at the university in Cairo, and provided then recommendations for changes and improvements to ensure that the academic programs aligned with international standards in nursing instruction, and then gave very specific recommendations to help prepare Badr University for an eventual application for accreditation. Through that program, long-term relationships were built, and we continue to work very closely with that university in Egypt. Now, path 2, engage with us in a project. We are always seeking partners around the world to develop grant-funded programs with. I mentioned this earlier. If you have a project in mind that you would like to pitch and like our help to put together, please reach out to our TIKE projects group. You can see the email address on the screen. An example of a project like this is our current project with Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, or KNUST, in Ghana. Now, this project with KNUST began with an idea a Ghanaian faculty member at one of our Texas universities pitched to us. And he knew us, we knew him, and he said, I've got this idea for a project. So after a few conversations, we pulled in faculty from KNUST, and we collaboratively wrote a proposal for funding. And we got it. So together, experts from across Texas are collaborating with KNUST to help achieve its goal to become a regional leader and a center of excellence in online learning and teaching. Now, our current project in Iraq grew out of a deep relationship between Tyke and the former dean of the College of Business at one of our affiliate members. And we're going to talk about affiliate membership in a minute. But when this dean moved to the American University of Iraq in Suleimania, he brought his relationship with Tyke with him, and we developed a program together. In one of our recent past projects, we had existing friendships with experts in virtual exchange. Virtual exchange, as you know, we also call that globally connected classrooms, but that's a mechanism for students and faculty to connect through technology when traveling is not really available. So our friends encouraged us to apply for a special COVID fund that allowed us to train 39 nursing faculty, some of whom we did know from past projects, but from across Texas, Egypt, and Jordan. And they together learned how to conduct a virtual exchange in their courses, and then they worked, we paired up the faculty, and they actually created course modules together. So this was a great program to keep us collaborating internationally, even when travel was impossible. So those are 3 program examples of how we've worked with others to seek funding together for programs that meet goals of our partners. Now, path number 3 is to pursue affiliate membership. Now, this is invitation only and is approved by our board, but we are expanding our affiliate membership and are accepting expressions of interest. Tyke was originally made up of only Texas universities. In fact, only Texas public universities, but we have expanded also to Texas private universities, and now, because we want a more permanent way to establish a network of vetted, trusted, internationally minded universities around the world who have an interest in Texas, we have opened up this new method called our new affiliate membership model. And that's specifically for universities that are not located in the United States. We know many universities abroad are looking for deeper connections to Texas universities. And maybe that's through a joint or dual degree program, a branch campus, a large-scale collaborative research project, faculty exchange, virtual exchange, student exchange. Tyke affiliate membership gives us a way to introduce universities in other countries to our Texas members and give them an open door to make those connections themselves. But we at Tyke also guide and help match priorities between affiliates and Texas members. And we do that through virtual and in-person spotlight events. So this is a chance for an affiliate to take center stage, introduce all of their goals and priorities and the strengths of their universities, and then break into small groups with college-based and degree program-based small groups and really talk about partnerships. And through this, we open up avenues to meeting specific partners through across Texas that you would never meet otherwise. It would take forever to meet these individual folks, but we bring them all together for you. So in addition to tailored networking events like we just described, we offer a number of additional benefits to affiliate members. The first is Tyke Partner Finder, an online directory for individual faculty and researchers who work for our member institutions. This gives all of our members, Texas and affiliate, a way to find each other and connect directly with their peers based on their areas of interest and need. Now, each affiliate membership comes with 5 profiles for Tyke Partner Finder. That means 5 individuals. Through the membership fee, 5 people automatically can be added to Tyke Partner Finder, and additional logins can be added as needed. Next are exclusive events, webinars, and training opportunities for our members. Last year, we organized members-only programs involving U.S. ambassadors, senior level governmental policymakers, as well as experts from industry, international organizations, and recruiting experts for talks and professional development. This is a big thing we try to do for our members. We welcome affiliate members to our events as well, and we offer programs tailored for them. Now, I want to highlight one training opportunity in particular that we're launching this summer, our Tyke Virtual Exchange Academy. It's a 2-week training designed for university faculty to learn to build a virtual exchange, as I mentioned before in that program example. But this is an academy to learn how to do this into faculty's their courses. We pair a Texas faculty member with an international faculty member, and we believe that the Academy will build the kind of long-term, one-on-one relationships between faculty that lead to bigger and more robust university collaborations. Now, our affiliate members do appoint a representative to the TIKE Operating Council, which gives senior international officers an opportunity for leadership and a voice in TIKE, and it's a wonderful way to meet counterparts again in Texas. Additionally, affiliate membership comes with a dedicated membership portal with resources tailored to affiliates and recognition of affiliate universities through TIKE's marketing channels. TIKE is very lucky to be working with Mr. John Cutino, who is here in person with all of you today. John is on the ground in Brazil helping us identify Brazilian universities who would make excellent TIKE affiliate members. All right, so where do we see opportunities for collaboration between Brazil and Texas higher education specifically? Well, working together, higher education in Brazil and Texas can support the robust workforce and research needs of industries like oil and gas, renewables, agribusiness, tourism, technology, and entrepreneurship, and of course, many, many other areas. But collaborative research between faculty in Texas and Brazil is not only mutually beneficial for those involved, it has the potential to address challenges and solve major problems that are affecting both our communities in Brazil and in Texas. Now, second, higher education infrastructure is essential to creating and maintaining a workforce pipeline to support these industries, whether it's through the creation of new degrees, updating and modernizing current curriculum, or internationalizing curriculum through virtual exchange opportunities. Higher education institutions can collaborate to ensure curricula are agile, contextualized to the world's issues today, and market responsive. This way, students build the necessary skills to compete in an increasingly connected world. The skills deficit of a global workforce is one of the greatest economic challenges before us. Higher education meets a very real economic need by preparing the workforce of the future so students in Brazil and Texas can act as change agents in their communities. On behalf of the Texas universities we represent and all of us at TIKE, we want to create more partnerships and collaborations with higher education and industry in Brazil. So whether there's a specific program or issue you think we could tackle together, or in an institution you know would make an excellent first Brazilian TIKE affiliate member, I hope today can be the start of many fruitful conversations to come. Please reach out to us. And with that, I look forward to your questions. Thank you very much for listening.
Agradecemos a apresentação da CEO do TIKE, senhora Robin Lerner, e passamos a palavra para a diretora de Relações Institucionais da Universidade Fevale, professora Paula Casari Kundari, para falar sobre oportunidades para estudantes brasileiros e instituições do ensino do TIKE.
Boa tarde a todos. Thank you very much, Robin, for your inspiring words. It was very nice to learn from TIKE and to learn all the opportunities we have with a future partnership with TIKE. And on behalf of Fevale University, I would like to thank you so much, the Câmara Texana no Rio Grande do Sul, Câmara Texana no Brasil, the president, Mr. Max Paul, and the director of the Câmara Rio Grande do Sul, Paulo Lino, for the invitation of University Fevale in Rio Grande do Sul to represent the university in our state in this very, very important event. Thank you. On behalf of our rector, Professor Kleber Prodanovi, we would like to say that we are very pleased to be here. with some of the representatives of our city, the Chamber of Commerce of Novo Hamburgo, very friends from the industries here, and all our assistants. It's a very important moment, and I would like to give you some information about our university in a glimpse, in a nutshell, and I would like the assistants to show briefly some information about Fevali University. Well, this is a little bit about us, and as I said before, it's very important to be a part of this event, doing business with Texas, and doing business in education too. And we learned from Robin that there is TIC, a very important network of universities, and we can think to design something to help our universities to internationalization with the universities in Texas. Another issue very important that I want to discuss later is the international exchange possibilities. It's something it's a very important issue nowadays because of the pandemic, and that's something that could be interesting for us. But I will show you some screens very briefly. If you can, I don't have a pointer, right? It's just to, yeah, no, this is us. We are in the city of Novo Hamburgo. Everyone is invited to visit us, including you, Robin, and our guests from Texas. And, well, I will say you briefly that our university is a comprehensive university. We are in all areas of knowledge, and the internationalization plays a very important role in the university because we must be prepared to form students, form global citizens, global professionals, and this international education is in every part of our university. So, as you know, the internationalization is one of the most important points of the UNESCO guidelines for the education of the 21st century. And that's it because all the universities, and we've been attending NAFSA, that's the international education most important fair in the United States, for more than a decade. And it's very important to make the partnerships to develop excellent quality and to make these important networks and connections to develop all our skills and to make our students a global professional. As you know, too, the Society 5.0 puts the world for us, for the educational business, for any kind of business, and all the discussion we had this morning in technology, big data, artificial intelligence, IoT, and everything should be used in education to improve the quality of life. So we must put the human in the center of the transformation, technological transformation, the new world after pandemic, and this is the most important subject nowadays. Another screen, putting all this digital transformation, digital agenda in every discussion nowadays, including the connections, partnerships, business, education, and this new moment we're about to live. That's to summarize this idea. The idea comes from this philosopher, Japanese, and it's to put the human being in the center of the innovation and technological transformation. So we have the most important guideline for internationalization comes from the professor director of the Center of Internationalization, International Affairs of Boston College. The name is Hans de Witt. And he says that the internationalization must work in three very important areas: mobility, partnership, and the curricula. And that's why exactly what Robin was talking about, that the private ones, the communitarian ones, as University of Valley is, and it represents and make connections with the institutions, not only in education, but any kind of business related to education all around the world. And I think Câmara Texana could be a partner in the next event of FAUBAI. It's very important to be there, to be known by all the universities and the possibilities of actions together. These are some information about FAUBAI you can reach in the website, but it's very representative and it makes between the authorities and the Ministry of Education and it part of the world. And as for instance, in the United States, education and Campi France in French attend FAUBAI. We have one major event a year, and we have virtuals too. So put in your agenda to know more about FAUBAI. And, to summarize, this organism, it's present too in the most important fairs in the world. So in the NAFSA, Brazil has a booth, and FAUBAI is there to represent all the universities in one association. To focus in the interactions with the USA, FAUBAI make this dialogue between the actions with the embassy, American embassy. The consul that was with us yesterday has a booth. He's present in every meeting. And let me see. And nowadays we are developing the virtual exchange. This is something, it works during the pandemic, and it's still going on because it's very important way to make the dialogues between universities from Brazil with the others in every part of the world. In Rio Grande do Sul, to focus in Rio Grande do Sul, do you know Marcelo Comung? Yes. In Rio Grande do Sul, we have this consortium of universities. The name Comung means Consortium of Gaúchas Universities. And it represents 14 universities. The most important is more than 100,000 students enrolled in all these 14 universities. And this is another very important connection. I was figuring how we can learn from what Robin said about TAIC, and I think Comungue, it's a very important future partner because it is very representative from the Gaúchos University. Please, you can find more information in the website of Comungue, but here are the logos of the universities take part of this consortium. And you can see the logo of the university I'm representing, proudly representing, is FEVAL, is the number 2 there. So, as you already know, the internationalization is mandatory for the students of the 21st century. It's mandatory in the business, mandatory in all areas. The main is to open the university for dialogues with the universities all around the world, to improve the quality, the excellence. It's for reputation of the knowledge in our country. If it's for exchange, very important role, especially in this sanitary crisis we are living, because we have a lot of dialogues between the universities from focus in our area, from Comungue with universities all around the world to develop research, and I will show you some example later. So I think this is the group in Comungue. There is the part of Comungue that works on internationalization, and this group is very important. It's bridging the universities with the future partners. And we have a lot of work in our internationalization group in Comungue, but one of them, and we exchange, we share the knowledge of our researchers with the universities all around the world. This is an example of what we did last year. And from FEVAL, we have Professor Spilk that delivered his webinar in December, the last one in the bottom. He was the president of Brazilian Society of Virology. He is one of the most important sources for the world about the situation of pandemic in Brazil. And he belongs to a very unique group of research for the coming 2 years, named Uncover, with the 18 universities all around the world, leading by a Belgian university from Antwerp, with money from external fund from European Union. And he's FEVAL is the only university in this Uncover project, leading by Professor Fernando Spilk. And we're about to have, in 2 weeks, a meeting of Comungue with the council, Mr. Shane Christensen, that I'm very, very glad to meet him face-to-face yesterday in this event. It was very important. And we present the agenda of each university with the United States during this event with the General Consulate of United States. This is the situation of internationalization, the map of internationalization of FEVAL University in Brazil. We have a partnership with more than 130 universities all around the world. It's in 29 countries. We're about to sign the 3rd next week with Emirates. And this is another view of our campus that you are all invited to visit us. Campus 2, and we have some very modern areas. This is one of our buildings in science. And we have the largest theater in the Rio Grande do Sul. It was designed by the College of Architecture of our university. We are very proud. We had the performance of the most important groups, cultural groups from the world. And we have some very important partnerships and strategic cooperation as Beyond Alliance for Knowledge. That's a brand, a Latin Nordic brand with founding from Finland, with a lot of projects, including Fevale in Brazil and our partners in Finland and Denmark. Some pictures of our partnership, and some principles of our internationalization program. Mobility, about multicultural classes, update all the knowledge there to make connections. We have programs, Born Globals, that include internationalization in early education, because we have a school for education to be a lab for the College of Education. And in Fevale, we have a lot of programs, especially in the internationalization area. We have this Born Global, start with early education, and we have some innovation environmental, our technological park, hub of innovation, and double degrees and partnerships network. And this is a map what we do in this area. And with the United States, we have 7 universities, 7 partnerships in 5 states. There are California, we have in Florida, we have in Illinois, in New Mexico, and Washington. We should add Texas. This is the great opportunity to put the beautiful star of the Lone Star State in our map. So some of our partners there and the area of cooperation, but with, as you can see, with Eastern Washington University, we have a project in the psychology area. In the University of California, in Irvine, it's technology for education. It's a very, very brand new project, and it's very important, especially at this moment, that add technology in every level of education. With the University of New Mexico, there is a Latin studies there in Albuquerque, and we have a program to provide scholarships with from USA government. There's a scholarship from our students from humanities, history, language, to make their master there with a sponsor from University of New Mexico. Illinois at Chicago, area of design and architecture. University of California in San Diego, all areas, law and health. And University of Florida in Gainesville. We have a very important program in forensic toxicology in the College of Pharmacy, and we can improve this. Pardon? So, University of Florida, are some of the universities we've been working together, but we had a very important partnership with Palmer College in Iowa in the United States, because we was the first university to offer the chiropractic program, and all the professors, all the program came from the United States. So there are only two programs, only two courses in Brazil for chiropractics, and the first one is in Fevale, and the other one is in São Paulo, but it was students from Fevale that are teaching there now. But we started in 90s, you know, the other century, 20th century, with the Palmer College in chiropractic. And we have, as I said before, this innovation environmental. That's another way we can work, and that's why it's very important to be here at this event for enterprise from Texas with our startups and all the companies we have in this. We have three hubs, one in Novo Hamburgo, the other in Porto Alegre, and the first one is the Fevale Tech Park in Campo Bom. City is very close to Novo Hamburgo. And there is our master in creative industry that is planning to attend this event. When we spoke about Texas and our cooperation with the Chamber of Commerce, they mentioned immediately this festival. So they had the tickets for the last year that did not happen because of the pandemic, and they are with all the things set to be next year. So we can think about some support, some thing together with the Chamber of Commerce to attend this event. And these are our numbers in the startups and the enterprises in our innovation areas. So I think this is something they are very, very interested. When Paulo Lino visited us for the first time, we hosted him in the hubby so they can start learning about the possibility to make this movement, to make articulation between this enterprises and this people with you to attract, to do business with Texas, okay? And that's it. That's some information about our university, and we are open and we are willing to do things with Texas that we are expecting to be our new partner in the United States. Thank you so much.
Agradecemos a diretora de Relações Internacionais e Institucionais da Universidade Fevale, professora doutora Paula Casari Kundari, e passamos a palavra à professora doutora Neuza da Silva Mate, da Universidade Federal do Rio Grande do Sul, Instituto Cultural Brasileiro Norte-Americano, diretora cultural e acadêmica.
Well, I was asked to speak in English, so that's what I'm going to do. First of all, on behalf of Instituto Cultural Brasileiro Norte-Americano, of whom we have the honor to have the president here, Professora Sara Viola, today also attending this great encounter of common interests, right? We thank you, the Câmara Texana, and all the work that has been done to provide us with this rare moment of discussion, of presenting our common interests and opening this opportunity to start a conversation. After all, everything starts with a good conversation, right? I'm here. The point and the aim of my participation in this forum is to present a project. The name of the project is Translating the South, Traduzindo o Sul, which I'm going to present briefly to you. But before I present the project itself, I'd like to prepare the soil in order to feel a bit more comfortable in this business context, in this area which is so much involved and worried about technology, about commerce, about economic results, and so why and how does this project is inserted here, and does it have any meaning, any relevance to be presented here? So I feel I have to sort of prepare the soil based on perhaps the main keywords I have been listening from yesterday and this morning. Words like, and concepts like trust, concepts like credibility, and the idea of, or the concept of skills. What does it mean? And how are these three concepts and these practices and these aims and ideas so fundamental for business, for commercial interests, and for international relations as well, right? So, translating the South. What is the product that I'm here to sell? I'm here to sell my product in a way to be in accordance with this forum. And the product, I would say, is capability, skills, preparing the human person, the guy, the young girl, the person, the individual, to be better prepared for facing a negotiation, to facing his interests, to struggle for his interests and for his goals. So how does a practice of reading, translating, and working with concepts and language may help, and how does it add anything? How is my project, or my product, sorry, added with some value? Which is the value, which is the added value of my product? I think it is a product that which is a result of years, centuries of work, centuries of experimentations, many years, many mistakes, many successes, which is local culture. The understanding of the local man, the understanding of his soul, the understanding of his weaknesses, the understanding of his features, his human inner features. So that is my product. You know, I hope you to, at the end of my speech, become a bit more perceptive about this added value and about this perceived value. Because the added value is, in a way, obvious. But the perceived value for that moment, for that situation, for that context of business and commercial practices, sometimes it's not really perceived in the way it should. At least that's my impression. So developing, we who study languages and literature, we work a lot with two concepts: competence and performance. So you need to develop your competence, and you have to perform that. So this is a basic, obvious thing, which is not sometimes so obvious. So which are the competences that we understand in the context I'm trying to present to you? Which is the competence I'm talking about? If you start a negotiation, I want to sell you my product. I have an industry. I have, my company. How do I convince my client that this is important, that it is relevant, that he's going to do a good business with my product, or buying my product? So I'm referring here to the old, ancient art of rhetoric. The rhetoric, rhetorica, is an art which has to be understood as an important tool to develop these competences. If you don't know how to explain, if you don't know how to speak, if you don't know how to convince in an honest and consistent way, because convincing about something which is not true, then you would be failing with the concept of trust or credibility. But if you are really skillful in convincing and showing your product professionally, solidly, concretely, and with substance, then you can be successful in your negotiation. So language is a fundamental tool for that. Understanding is a fundamental tool. Interpreting is a fundamental tool, right? So, and also together in parallel with this product that I'm trying to sell here, is to develop the skill, another skill which I think is fundamental for the human relations which is a fundamental tool for negotiation, is to develop our capacity of hearing and our capacity of expressing what we have in mind. Because sometimes I know my product is excellent, I know I'm convinced of that, but I do not have the hearing capacity to understand which client is able to, or how do I approach this client? How is the correct way of getting and reaching my goal? Because I have no capacity, no skill of hearing the other, of trying to understand what is his need, what is his interest, and what he would expect from my product. So language, again, is a fundamental thing. And not only language, but understanding the whole profile of that individual with which I want to negotiate. And this profile is defined by understanding also his cultural context, his historical tracks, his geographical location. In another word, it's understanding or trying to understand, trying to struggle for this comprehension, to this understanding of his, sorry here to be a bit academic, but I have to refer to a concept, Heidegger's concept of Dasein, to understand this Dasein, which is esse estar no mundo, being in the world. How is that individual with which I want to negotiate inhabits this world, his world? So because this will invite, and we invite you to open your eyes to his expectations and to his needs, and to his real probability of making business with me, of buying my product. Otherwise, I'm going to be trying to convince something that's not going to happen, and this will mean failure in my negotiation, right? So this understanding of this person as an individual inserted in a certain context, in cultural context, is certainly a fundamental skill, a fundamental tool for you to have success in your negotiations. Some people have natural talents for them. Some others don't have natural talent, so they have to become conscious that this has to be developed, that has to be inserted in his struggle for capability. So how can I improve my skills for negotiation? As I say, some don't need, it just goes. But most of us, I think, would need to look at that more carefully and to consider, to see it as a fundamental thing in your business world. Because after all, you will be dealing with people. Technology, this is fantastic. Absolutely, something that is here and that's here to serve us. But who will negotiate with you will be the CEO, the person, the manager, the owner of the company, a person. And this person has inner life. He's not only the president of the company. He's not only the CEO. He is someone. And if you want to establish a good dialogue, a productive dialogue, something that will result in signing a contract, selling a product, you have to reach that man. You have to reach his inner world. You have to look at in the eye and see it. So this establishment of this compliance, of this real dialogue, because dialogue is language, gesture, eye, language. You know, this is all part of how you express yourself, how you approach your client or your partner, whatever. So I'm going to read, it's 2 paragraphs. I have to present the project, after all. I have been preparing the soil and I have south, which are considered as representative synthesis of our Rio Grandense culture, our local culture, to be translated into English, edited and published, in trying to establish a portrait of our cultural physiognomy, so that the foreigner can read us not only in a dinner party, not only in a very formal, how do you do, nice to meet you, but knowing a bit more about this person I'm meeting. So he's a gaúcho, he likes this, his, some aspects of his history, that's what and that, his gastronomy, his usual habits, because sometimes these things may represent barriers to our interaction and to our negotiation. Second, to select some texts suggested by foreigners, people not Brazilians, not Rio Grandenses, but now at this moment here with this forum, people from the United States, the whole process. So how can we improve this? How can we be better negotiators? And this understanding each other and to understand how they see us is perhaps a shortcut to avoid misunderstandings, to avoid sometimes mishaps and something that will sometimes offend people, and so on and so on. So just to finish now, I'd like to just take 1 sentence, 2 sentences, one by Alcides Maia, one of the great writers of Rio Grande do Sul, that he says, talking about the landscape of Rio Grande do Sul, that describing this, talking about this, showing this, is not showing the landscape, but is to catch the nuances of color and line that insinuate the soul of the people. So we'll perhaps never be able to understand the soul of the other people entirely, but if we can see insinuations and see possible ways to approach and to get closer to that, is a way to develop our skills as negotiators. And Donaldo Schiller, which is another name, which is a great name in our culture, he says, before I say this, whenever we talk about businesses, and I heard this here too, we talk about the barriers, as barreiras, the utility of this, the administrative barriers, the technological barriers, the problem. So in our field, my project has very little of these barriers, right? Apart from the utility, as I said, I wish my product to be perceived in his relevance and utility. There is no green seal preoccupations. There is no big deal with administrations. Just do it. Open and do it. And Donaldo Schiller says something in that sense, that in the territory of the sentiments, of the ideas, and of the arts, the customs, right, the barriers, do not stop the circulation of values. Images today are mixed up with old images, And even if these images sometimes are not so good, so pleasurable, they cross over the cultural frontiers, the borders, because the rhythms and the forms, they cross the continents in search of new sonorities, of new words, of unpredictable meanings when touching the foreign soil. And all this frontier, which is, they exist, but they are permeable, much more permeable than the ones that are counted on values, on financial aspects, right? These guarantee and protect the dream. It's something else. That's a third way of doing it, the third margin, the unexplored sometimes, which guarantees, in a way, larger freedom to interact and to act about this. So how to live without this? And then I ask you, how to negotiate without this? How to look for partners without all these this glance into the person you are dealing with, you are negotiating with, right? So business, again, in Portuguese we have negócio, negociação, which is a good, double sound. In English we have business and negotiation, which sometimes is not the same. Right? Negotiation, I think, would require my product, right? Business is a result. If it's successful, great. How can we help with this? And just to finish, I once saw a film that had a sentence and said, construa e eles virão. Build it and they will come. I've been working on this project for a long time already. I left it, I forgot it, and I took it again. Then it's okay, let's do it again. Let's keep, because I still believe in it. So I now decided to go and to believe that. Construa e eles virão. So now here again, and listening to Robin before and all the other presentations, I see I'm here. Right? I'm building. I have a product, right? So take it. After all, everything starts with a conversation.
Agradecemos a professora a doutora Neuza da Silva Mate. E a partir deste momento, o espaço está aberto para perguntas para a senhora Robin Lerner, doutora Paula Casari Kundere e a professora doutora Neuza da Silva Mate.
Robin, I would like to know if you have partners in Brazil for TAIC. You have already partners in Brazil for TAIC.
And I was wondering if we could go ahead and show that now. Would that be okay? If so, we're going to go ahead and do that. Anna, you want to go ahead and show our video? That way that was meant to be part of our presentation.
Robin, did you hear me? I'm Paula from Fevale University, and I learned a lot from TAIC, and we are very interested in your work and all the connections can be done by TAIC. And I would like to know if do you have partners in Brazil for TAIC?
Hi, I heard you before, but I think you didn't hear me. So can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm going to take your question and I'm just going to hold it for a second. We had planned to show a video with our presentation, but we didn't get a chance. Would it be okay for us to show that video really quickly right
Yeah,
now?
please, please.
Great. Anna, where do you? Okay. And just hit full. Technical issues. We still seem to have this far along in the pandemic. So to answer your question,
First of all, oil and gas in this country, state of Rio. And in terms of the, I don't know if the UARJ is University of Rio, of the consortium of the universities existing in Brazil, but we have a lot of interest into improve the cooperation in the field of oil and gas engineering course
Programação para falar sobre pesquisas e atividades recentes no Brasil, na Universidade do Texas em Austin, a importância do ensino de português nos Estados Unidos e sua aplicação no desenvolvimento de negócios interculturais. Convidamos o professor Orlando Kelme, diretor do Programa de Português da Universidade do Texas.
Olá, bom dia. E é um prazer poder participar desse Brasil Texas Roundup. Tomara que a próxima vez a gente possa, junto com vocês, em Gramado, se reunir e falar também cara a cara, diretamente, presencial. Bom, eu vou falar com vocês hoje sobre o flagship de português. O que é o flagship? Acontece que o governo dos Estados Unidos, no Departamento da Defesa, declarou que o português é uma das línguas críticas para a segurança e proteção do país. Quer dizer que tem muitas línguas que tem muita gente que fala, mas aprender o português. Outras línguas que também fazem parte dessa lista de russo, árabe, turco e o coreano, por exemplo. Duas universidades aqui nos Estados Unidos como flagship a sede para o ensino do português no país. E essas duas são a Universidade da Georgia, em Athens, e a Universidade do Texas, aqui em Austin. É por isso, então, que tem o nosso famoso bivo, não é? O Longhorn, que é o símbolo da Universidade do Texas. Então, a ideia está em Americana, em São Paulo. Né? E os alunos aprenderam um pouco sobre a escola, o objetivo que tem, os alunos que tem, e como é em Brasília, né? Eles ligaram para nós dizendo que gostaram tanto dessas lições de português, eles queriam saber se a gente pudesse ajudar dando aula de inglês para o brasileiro. E daí então criamos também o podcast que se chama Língua da Gente Slice of Life. Agora, quem aprende português entra para estudar a língua da gente, e quem quiser o inglês, a gente já criou na internet. Outro exemplo é que a gente preparou para os alunos o que se chama aqui can-do statements. Essa habilidade de colaboração e a demanda para a expertise no mundo profissional. Their economy. So Brazil plays a pretty important role when you include half of all Latin America. So that's why it's a big deal. That's why it's important.
Another question?
Okay, I'd like to ask a question. I here represent a binational center in Porto Alegre, south of Brazil. And I've already worked with Portuguese as a foreign language for some time, especially with Japanese and African students. And at the time, I remember the Japanese companies, especially, they preferred to send their students to Porto Alegre instead of Rio, São Paulo, or Bahia, because they understood that Porto Alegre was a more internationalized center with more multiculturalism, easier to, to participate of that group, as well as not being a place on the coast. They wouldn't have the beach, they wouldn't have so much party and samba and distractions. So Porto Alegre wouldn't offer the students so many distractions, so they would focus more on the study of the language. And I always thought about this. Now I ask you more directly. Our institution, our Binational Center, Instituto Cultural Brasileiro Norte-Americano, is now thinking of including in its activities the teaching of Portuguese as a foreign language. Would there be any interest in contacting us or seeing what possibilities we could, consider to take this project ahead with you or not? How do you see this?
By the way, I will answer that question in English because I am listening to the English translation of the question. So excuse me for answering, because I'm hearing it in English, I'll answer in English. And to answer your question, For us, the location of Rio versus São Paulo versus Salvador versus wherever may not be the important issue for us. The issue for us is petroleum, entrepreneurship, marketing, television. You know, the area for us will probably make more difference than where it's located in Brazil. So anybody in any location that has a legitimate project or a legitimate partnership or a strength in a certain area that we want to work with, we're pretty happy to do that. And I don't think that our Americans think, oh, I have to be in Rio. I have to be in São Paulo. It really depends on what are the strengths of each of the groups. Is it manufacturing or is it marketing? And so I think in that way, everybody has an even playing field and every place is a legitimate one. To answer personally, I would jump at the first chance to go to Rio Grande do Sul. It doesn't matter to me whether it's not Rio or not São Paulo.
Okay, so you're totally welcome here, and we have our open arms to consider this possibility, right?
Oh,
it's not a translation.
I'm on the plane tomorrow, amanhã.
Okay, so let me know you're arriving, right?
Outras perguntas? Another question?
Paulo, may I ask a question?
Sure.
Professor Kelm, you've also worked quite a bit on teaching English to Portuguese speakers. Could you talk a little bit about that and the importance of instruction of English to Brazilians?
You know, we just heard a very excellent presentation from Nilza, who talked about the cultural issues that are related to learning a foreign language. It is never as easy as just learning the words. It always implies the need to learn the cultural things that go with it. A quick example, if I ask you, onde fica o Banco Bradesco? If you don't know, here in the United States, you will say, eu não sei. And then I will say thank you. And then you move on to ask somebody else. Not in Brazil, right? If I say, onde fica o Banco Bradesco? If you don't know, what will you do? Oh, Maria, vem cá. Esse senhor está buscando o banco, não sabe onde fica. And you make a little equipe, right? You all get together and try and help this guy. That's not an issue of just language. That's an issue of knowing how people talk in a certain situation. Another example, North Americans think that sarcasm is humorous. Every North American will say something sarcastic. And Brazilians don't know it's a joke. They don't understand that humor. And so once again, it's not just a simple issue of learning some English. It is learning the way that people interact, because all the words we say, they have meaning to them. They have emotion that goes with them. And if we don't learn that, our communication just crisscrosses. It is vital to be able to understand not just the English language, but all of those dimensions of emotions and understandings and all that goes with it. It's a real big deal. The other thing is that if you just speak Portuguese, you may be able to talk to a small camada de pessoas, but you won't be able to talk to the people on the factory floor. You won't be able to talk to the supervisors. You won't be able to talk to the accounting group or the marketing group. And once we limit ourselves in our language, we limit ourselves to one little tiny slice of the company you're working with. When you speak both languages, you open yourself up to be able to talk to everybody at every level. And that becomes really, really important.
Professor, aqui quem fala é Marcelo. Eu tenho uma pergunta que é bem interessante, porque é o seguinte, ó, vamos supor que eu faço uma opção de levar minha empresa para os Estados Unidos. Então, eu vou ter que precisar de mão de obra, justamente é o que o senhor está falando. Esse tipo de trabalho o senhor faz também para a empresa, para que possa fazer essa integração do português com o inglês dos funcionários, dos empregados? Como é que poderia fazer esse tipo de trabalho também, né?
Yeah, you know, you are exactly right that the issue of language really comes into play when you're not talking to just the executives and the owners of the company and that high level, because they might be proficient in both languages. But the second you spread everything to everybody, then you need that other language. And if you don't have that, you will never be able to get feedback from the actual people that are doing the real work. You're only going to get everything filtered through everybody else. You know, even in my own experience, Marcelo, that when I travel to Brazil, even though I speak Portuguese, I'm often speaking English the whole time. Why? Because the people I travel with don't all speak Portuguese. And so even in the end, I end up speaking a lot of English. And the same thing will happen to you. As you, Marcelo, if you can interact with people in Portuguese, no problem. But you're always going to travel and interact with people who don't speak the Portuguese. And so it is once again going to open up the need for, we're all going to need that English eventually, in the same way that we're all going to need that Portuguese eventually. So it really does become a case that we can't depend on our own native language. We have to be able to expand to admit that at every level, there is going to be a need for us to interact with that non-native language along the way. And I've seen that over and over again. People that can only communicate with that little tiny upper level, and they never get to communicate and get feedback from anybody else. And that becomes dangerous when you never hear from the foreman and the supervisor and the plant worker, when you only get it filtered through the person that happens to understand your language. And you're right, Marcelo, it's an interesting question, isn't it? Which is, we just got to bite the bullet and admit we've got to have both languages.
Agradecemos imensamente, professor Orlando Kelme, pela sua apresentação. Dando sequência para falar sobre o programa de estágio no Brasil do Texas Global Lounge, oportunidades para o empreendedorismo brasileiro, insights de um projeto da Escola de Relações Públicas da LBJ, uso de compensações de defesa para financiar pesquisa e desenvolvimento, distritos de inovação, filantropia comunitária e treinamento, convidamos o professor David Ethan Bess Harris Jones Centennial, professor de Estudos de Políticas de Recursos Naturais, Escola de Relações Públicas LBJ, e na sequência convidamos Hermes Carreda, Escola de Relações Públicas LBJ, e Luciano Zucco, da Frente Parlamentar Estados Unidos-Brasil. Com a palavra, o professor David Ethan.
Professor David Eaton.
Are we starting with our presentation, the video?
Yes.
That, because
Yes,
I think we
sure.
do the introductions on the video.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thank you. Are we having some problems with the video, with the YouTube?
Yes.
Okay. if that happens, I can just I can start to speak and cover the materials and just do the presentation live if we can't get the video to work.
Yeah, we're about to start here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're having an internet glitch here.
Obrigado, Paulo. Thank you.
Okay. Is this the video? All right.
Thank you very much, Paulo, for the introduction. I'm John Cutno, member of the Texan Chamber of Commerce in Brazil, and very proud to introduce our next panel with Professor David Eaton, the Bess Harris Jones Centennial Professor of Natural Resource Policy Studies at the OBJ School of Public Policy at the University of Texas at Austin. Professor Eaton is the longest serving tenured faculty member at the LBJ School of Public Affairs, starting his youthful 47th year at the University of Texas at Austin. He teaches classes on systems analysis, environmental and energy policy, and most recently, international cooperation in climate and environment. We're very pleased to have you, Professor David Eaton, today with us.
Thank you very much, John. I appreciate the introduction. It's kind, and I hope that you have mentioned that you are also a graduate of the LBJ School, and we're very proud to have you as a graduate.
That I am, and very happy to have been a student of Professor Eaton in multiple decades. Well, the LBJ School of Public Affairs, through its policy research project, has just recently completed some interesting research on opportunities for Brazilian entrepreneurship from a city, from a county, municipality. The case that we studied was Maricá, Rio de Janeiro, and for our audience in Rio Grande do Sul, there were some very interesting developments, some very interesting findings. So Professor Eaton, would you be able to describe a little bit about the policy project that was completed and its main categories, main areas, findings that could be applicable to Rio Grande do Sul state and its municipalities like host city Gramado?
I'd be delighted to do so. The project involved a year of study by graduate students working with staff members of the city of Maricá, Codemar, and also with local university faculty and students. I'm going to speak about 4 topics that the students investigated. All of those 4 are of interest to Rio Grande do Sul because of the potential that they offer for entrepreneurship and enhancing the economy of the region. Three of them I'll describe in a little detail, not much, and one I will leave to a graduate student who did the research, who was with us, Anas Keheda, who will describe in more detail defense offsets. The first topic that I will discuss is the concept of an innovation district. One of the interesting elements of how the city of Austin and other places around the globe have developed strong entrepreneurial capacities is by having innovation as a focus of the community, which one could call an innovation district or innovation city, whatever one wants to describe it. And the class investigated Austin's example and how Austin's innovation developed, and then was able to draw some inferences regarding Brazilian cities. So, as many of you know, Austin, over the last 40 years, has become an industrial powerhouse because of the innovation that has attracted many new companies and also enabled local companies to succeed. And the way in which this was accomplished was to recognize that to have innovation in a community really requires different components, different stakeholders within that community to work together. The Austin case that was described looked at how universities, research and development institutions, research centers, business incubators, laboratories, large and small private companies all cooperated to work together to enhance the potential for innovation and entrepreneurship. So this was a conscious effort on the part of city leadership to take advantage of the infrastructure through smart investments in energy and water, through funds available from the federal, state, and local governments to enhance entrepreneurships, and smart investments, particularly by higher education, to try to find ways to attract businesses and to find ways to enhance the economic cooperation of those industries, looking in both directions of the supply chain, from the origin to the final markets. And the case that the students described goes through that innovation district vision and how it was implemented and the outcomes and the potential for applying this approach to Brazilian communities. The second study that I will describe looked at the potential for a community foundation to enhance equity and the quality of life of the poorest citizens in a community. This is a concept that is now widely adopted in many communities in the United States. It is a worldwide phenomenon, but very well adjusted to the United States, in which a non-governmental structured community philanthropy called a community foundation can accumulate money from different sources to work towards providing public services and social opportunities for the poorest members of the community. It is basically a recognition that governments are not always that effective in enabling the poor to receive support to improve their lives. The concept of a community foundation involves a number of components. Philanthropy. The community foundation raises money from various sources, including individuals, foundations, private companies, and creates a permanent resource so that they can invest in improving conditions for the poorest of the residents of a community. A community foundation is directed by a board of local citizens who are from diverse backgrounds and responsible for maintaining the organization, but also identifying and funding what are true community priorities. A community foundation focuses on a defined geographic region, and it serves the needs of those citizens, regardless of race, religion, or ethnic origin, but with a focus on enhancing conditions for the poorest in the community. And finally, a community foundation is accountable. It's open and accessible, both in the sources of where it raises money and how it spends money, so as to build community trust and report to the community on how people's lives have been improved. The third topic that I'm going to describe is training. One of the big challenges in enabling communities to improve the conditions of the poorest in those communities is training, to train people for the jobs of the future rather than the past. And the study looked at a number of communities in Texas and compared those circumstances to Brazilian communities. What they found, and a couple of the examples illustrate, is that communities in Texas have developed certain focused approaches to enabling people to be trained for successful, high-valued jobs. What are the kinds of things that are involved that might be of interest to Rio Grande do Sul? First is the strategy of adopting public-private partnerships. The public may be able to provide support, but the private industry will have a sense for what are the most attractive sources of future employment. And so what one finds is that effective training programs over time will involve joint public-private planning to focus on jobs that people will earn income to improve their lives. A second approach that we have an example from the Goodwill Excel Center in Austin is an approach that recognizes that short-term training or medium-term training can yield valuable professional, well-paying jobs if you have an integrated case where you are recruiting and supporting people through their training. In other words, it's not just the education. It's enabling people to be able to attend because you're providing transportation and childcare and financial support so that a person, for whatever technical job, can obtain and be successful and be placed as a professional, being able to operate in either a very short period of months or an intermediate period of a year or two, but not having to go for a 4-year education, but focusing on training that yields relatively high-paying jobs. A third comparative study looked at San Jacinto College in Houston, Texas, which developed a cooperative program with many businesses in the petrochemical, energy, and related technologies. And its training emphasizes hands-on learning that is done in cooperation with those industries. In other words, the students receive training with the industries with which they're later going to be employed. A fourth example was the Cockrell School of Engineering and their approach to training oil field professionals. Their effort is to involve on-site instruction. So not only are you learning practical things, but you're doing it on the site of the place where you could potentially be employed. So these are examples of how training can lead to successful placement of people who currently are not earning much of they're earning an entry-level income, but where they can improve their conditions significantly. The final case study that was done has to do with defense offsets, a form of financing that has applicability in Brazil. And for that, let me introduce Aaron Escajeda. Or John, would you like to introduce Aaron before he speaks?
Okay, thank you, Professor Eaton, for your introduction to Aaron Escajeda. Aaron Escajeda is a finished graduate student, master's in public affairs from the LBJ School of Texas at Austin. Congratulations, Aaron. And wrote the chapter researched and wrote on the use of compensações da defesa, defense offsets, to help fuel research and development, innovation. Aaron, how are you? What made you interested in the PRP about Brazil?
Bom dia, boa tarde. Thank you for that introduction, John. Yeah, I became interested in the PRP in Brazil because I lived in Brazil from 2013 to 2015 in São Paulo. And just from that experience, I was able to see a lot of different issues surrounding development and just inequities like Professor Eden was talking about. And I just felt that doing a class and a research project on a country that I love and trying to help out, it's something that I really, really wanted to do. It was something extra that wasn't even part of my degree plan, but I just have such a great fondness and great memories from Brazil. I just wanted to go out and do it.
Great. You researched and wrote a very important chapter on the use of defense offsets. What were the main findings? What did you learn? Please tell us about your chapter.
Yeah, so I created a little presentation actually. Hopefully it's not too long, but let me go ahead and try and share my screen here. So, like Professor Eden already mentioned, my chapter is part of a larger report. However, for the purpose of this presentation, I have generalized my findings, so hopefully they're a little bit more generalizable for audiences across Rio Grande do Sul, Brazil, and Texas. So what are defense offsets? In many countries, when military or civilian aid is provided, some of those funds, so-called defense offsets, can be recycled by organizations to be spent in local currency. In a typical offset arrangement, the buying country requires the selling firm to provide economic offsets for compensation for having purchased the particular foreign-made systems or items. The offsets may include purchases by the selling firm from the buying nation, as well as marketing assistance for investments in or technology transfers to the buying nation. The seller may also agree to produce a portion of the product in the buyer's country. Offsets include corrections in the labor market, enhancing capital investment, promoting strategic industries, correcting for asymmetric information, reducing risk and uncertainty, providing alternative financing, and gaining political support. So, for example, with labor markets, a buying country may face a situation where an excessively large pool of unemployed labor exists in the country, or significant percentage of its workforce is in low-skilled industries. Through an offset arrangement, the buying government can increase its exports and thus stimulate employment. In particular, the government can require the selling firm to agree to buy products produced in the buying country or to establish certain co-production and subcontracting relationships with local firms. So how can offsets help enhance capital investments? National leaders often desire to see an increase in investment activities in their countries. This activity would bring an increase in employment, particularly in targeted advanced skills, and in the case of developing countries, an increase in national pride from the expanded capital stock. In the offset negotiations, the buying government can request that the selling firm build a production facility in the buying country or use its influence to encourage other domestic firms. Strategic industries. Oftentimes, governments can give selected industries a favored status. This special status may be due to political reasons, specifically a desire for military sufficiency. Similar to capital investments, offsets agreements can be structured to channel businesses toward the target firms, including the award of extra offsets for purchases made from these selected firms. How can offsets correct for asymmetric information? Offset agreements can be used to correct the information gaps. A buyer of defense items can request that the selling firm assists in marketing the buying nation's products to new customers using the firm's extensive marketing network, including the contacts of its subcontractors. The buyer may also award offset credit for the value of technological information that is transferred possibly through training programs to the buying country. Risks and uncertainty. An example, decision makers in a country may wish to reduce the risk and uncertainty associated with large capital investment. Some types of production facility. For example, some types of production facilities. Policymakers could use offsets to reduce the risk and uncertainty associated with the highly visible project by identifying the products from the facility and the targeted list of items for the defense firm to help market. The government officials could increase the likelihood of success for the project to return for offset credit. Alternative financing. So this is something that we looked at specifically for our project. Political leaders in a nation may see the need for foreign-made defense items for the country, but may feel constrained due to an imbalance in their country's balance of payments. Specifically, the nation may already have a severe deficit in trade balance, and the purchase of the foreign-made defense equipment would only aggravate the deficit. By requiring in the accompanying offset agreement the selling firm to purchase an equal monetary value of domestic goods and services, the buying nation can avoid worsening the trade imbalance and in a fixed exchange rate regime protect the nation's foreign exchange reserves. And how to gain political support from defense offsets. In an effort to win domestic support for a large defense-related purchase from a foreign firm, the buying government may tout that the many benefits the nation will enjoy from the offset receipt. Policymakers in the buying country may see the use of offsets to win the needed political support as a form of commercial policy. So how to create an offset plan? So there are 6 main steps in that a firm or a country must consider before creating or embarking in an offset venture. First, the company or the individual agency must do the research. Conducting research is an initial requirement for identifying the types of offsets that have been successful in certain regions of the world and where an offset is needed or is possible. A vendor ought to remain mission-oriented so that offsets can be consistent with the company's mission, goals, and objectives. Building offsets for national priorities could help a company receive more support from local government. For example, Poland prioritizes economic growth and seeks offsets that provide economic impact. Companies seeking an offset ought to become familiar with local laws and regulations. Every country has different offset obligations, requirements, and credit multipliers. Companies ought to learn about and consider their own capacity or ability to conduct a joint venture, including requirements for infrastructure, manufacturing, base labor force, R&D, capabilities, and etc. And a company finally must engage with stakeholders. A company using offsets ought to learn about important stakeholders and how to engage them. Stakeholders can include local governments, staff, state officials, federal governments, employees, and elected representatives, the public, military, and so on. So specifically looking at defense offsets in Brazil. So the legal definition of a defense offset in Brazil is any established compensatory practice as a condition for strengthening the production of goods, the development of technological or service provisions with the intention of generating industrial, technological, or commercial benefits. So the mechanisms used by the Defense Ministry to establish defense offsets is found in Brazil's Procurement Law number 866, Section 11, Article 3. This article provides rules for bidding on public administration contracts, goods, services, and projects requiring commercial, industrial, and technological compensation. The fourth article of Normative Ordinance 764 provides policy and guidelines for commercial, industrial, and technological compensation for the Defense Ministry. So this ordinance talks about how to promote the growth of quality of technology, foster and strengthen sectors of interest, expand the labor market, obtain external resources, and increasing nationalization. And finally, I'll talk about a new procurement law on the horizon. So as of April 1st, 2021, there was a law signed by the Brazilian Senate. It's called the new Brazilian Public Bidding Law, law number 14,133. And it was sanctioned by the president of Brazil to go into effect on April 1st. But there is a 2-year grace period when the previous law 8666 that I previously talked about will still be into effect. But looking a little bit more at how this law will affect the bidding contracts in Brazil, there was a professor, Herbert Almeida from the Brazilian Association of Distance Education, who talked about how the new bid will affect the different bid types, some of the definition of bidding phases, the bidding modalities, and new bid waiver amounts. There's a more in-depth explanation in the full report that you can have access to through the University of Texas libraries. But just briefly, Professor Almeida talks about how the bill provides for the following types of bidding and judging criteria. So it has lower price, better technique or artistic content, technique and price, higher economic return, and higher discount. With this new law, the bidding procedure will usually have the following phases. It will have the preparatory phase, disclosure of tender notice, submission of proposals and bids, trial, qualifications, recursions, and approval. This law also ends the classic division of modalities according to the estimated value of the contract. The following types of biddings would now exist, or now exist. There's a trading floor, there's competition, tender, auction, and competitive dialogue. And the bill would also impact waiver amounts for low volume offsets or low value offsets. So offsets less than $100,000 for engineering works or services, or maintenance services for motor vehicles, or less than $50,000 for other services and purchases. So this law actually was passed after the initial research that we did for this class. So there is still this new grace period that's taken into effect that different companies and also different agencies in Brazil will need to get accustomed to. But like I said at the beginning, there's a 2-year grace period for this law to completely take into effect. So those are a little bit of the main things that I found in the report, John. like I said, the report is definitely more in depth, goes more into depth on each of these topics.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Well, John?
Well, thank you so much, Aaron, for a very informative presentation. Texas and Rio Grande do Sul share a lot of attributes: advanced manufacturing, export potential, and in specific to aviation and aerospace, Texas with Tesla, SpaceX, developing in Brownsville, brings a lot to the table for some of the new cooperation agreements that have been signed with the United States and Brazil, especially when you talk about aviation and aerospace and the Alcântara launch site up in Maranhão. In Rio Grande do Sul, there's a very strong advanced manufacturing base as well. Can you cite, Aaron, perhaps a future example of how a defense offset may benefit or may help U.S. and Brazil businesses in Texas and Rio Grande do Sul?
Yeah, so like you mentioned, the aerospace industry is pretty big in Texas and in Brazil. I go into depth in the report on a specific case study of Brazilian defense offsets and how there are different types of not only military but other indirect offsets that are currently being financed in Brazil. But I think also that's a question that I do want to answer during the live portion, so I can have a little bit more time to look at the industry that's in Rio Grande do Sul and how they can overlap.
Great. Thanks for that answer. In fact, we will be honored with the presence of Deputy Luciano Zucco, Lieutenant Colonel Luciano Zucco of the Army, who is the leading vote getter for the state parliament representing Rio Grande do Sul. And he will be commenting on our presentation. Professor Eaton, I have a question for you on international cooperation in general between University of Texas, those experiences that you have had, and what is kind of the state of the art in international cooperation? Is it something that the University of Texas is promoting? How can Rio Grande do Sul and Texas engage either through a university like Texas or other institution in international teaching and research?
That's a wonderful question. And this is a matter that has been evolving over the past few years at the University of Texas at Austin. We now have a executive vice provost whose focus is international programs. And the program has now been termed Texas Global. And there is an effort to promote international cooperation. There are a number of ways that cooperation can occur. First, a company can contract directly with the university or with a unit like a department or with a faculty member to conduct joint research. And of course, there'd be a contract agreement for how it would be done. But this would be similar to the kinds of cooperation between American private companies and universities that are common, this type of public-private partnership to accomplish joint goals. A second form of cooperation could be between a company or a university in Brazil and the university for the purpose of educational activities, which is similar to what the Policy Research Project. In other words, it is possible to have a course that is focused where students would study and do and educate themselves, again, for trying to look at issues that are of mutual interest, such as economic development in Brazil, looking at specific items. A third type of cooperation that is becoming very common has to do with placement of individual students in companies in Brazil or in government institutions. We have a new program that has just started this past year called the Texas Internship Program that is seeking to promote students to provide their labor. And often this is funded by the University of Texas itself for professional activities that improve the technical skills of the students, but also serve the industry or university that is involving the students in their activities. And right now we have a grant from the university to support 20 students from Texas to work as career launch interns, is the technical term. And we have a number of students, some of whom may speak about their experience being embedded in Brazilian institutions to both improve their education and enhance the operations of those institutions and cooperation between Brazil and Texas. So all those are options. All of those are possible. We look forward to enhanced cooperation with Brazil.
And as co-sponsor of the proposal that was approved, Texas Global Launch Brazil, are there opportunities for Brazilian companies to continue with an interest in offering an internship to a prospective University of Texas undergraduate or graduate student?
Yes, if there is an interest, and this can be a private company, a nonprofit organization, a university, any institution that is interested in a career launch intern, we can recruit within the university for an undergraduate or master's student or PhD student to be involved in working with the Brazilian institution to accomplish that institution's interests. And in fact, we can support that through the university to enable students to undertake that experience. And what they need to do, what the Brazilian institution would want to do, is to identify the person, the skills, the professional skills, the language skills that the person will need. One of the special attributes at the University of Texas is that there is an intensive Portuguese program. It is one of the only 2 universities in the United States that has a special program funded by the U.S. Department of Defense to encourage students at the undergraduate and graduate level to become fluent in Portuguese. So there are quite a few students who have the language skills to be effective working in Brazil in Portuguese, and they can be recruited in advance to acquire whatever technical expertise would be useful to the sponsoring organization. Does that answer the question?
Yes, and along with faculty supervisor, Professor Orlando Kelm of the Department of Spanish and Portuguese and the director of the Portuguese flagship program, and yourself, Professor Eaton, we are very pleased at this event to be launching to an extent the announcement of the Texas Global Launch Brazil as Diego Horta, student from the Department of Spanish and Portuguese, is working with the Texan Chamber of Commerce in Brazil.
It's a wonderful example, and we hope to replicate that many times to provide opportunities to students and opportunities to Brazilian companies, universities, and government institutions if they are so interested.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Aaron. Do you have any final comments, Aaron? Professor Eaton, we're going to now open to the question and answer period, which will be happening live in a moment. So thank you to the audience for your attention. Any final words, Professor Eaton or Aaron?
Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. Muito obrigado, audiência. O senhor Paulo, vamos voltar a bola para você.
hook 'em horns.
And you just scored a goal.
This year, but in its current form, it is ready for distribution if anyone wants it, and it's very insightful.
Yes.
I can also answer Paulino. Yes, previously, who asked, você pode citar exemplo de como os offsets de defesa foram usados para estimular a indústria não bélica, como podem ser aplicados no caso do Rio Grande do Sul? Right now I'll take a minute to answer that question. Para responder dessa pergunta, é importante lembrar da parte indireta dos offsets. Um exemplo disto é na Arábia Saudita, que usa a compensação indireta para desenvolvimento industrial e diversificação econômica, impulsionado pela entrada de novas tecnologias em setores como a engenharia e da aviação, eletrônica, informática e tecnologia da informação, além de utilizar a base de recursos minerais do reino. Outros benefícios ajudariam na autossuficiência estratégica em setores militares ou civis cruciais, como sistemas de defesa, reparo e modificação de aeronaves. O emprego de sauditas e o desenvolvimento de recursos humanos também são prioridades. Finalmente, espera-se que os offsets atuariam como uma grande força de atração para atrair outras empresas à Arábia Saudita como um centro viável de investimentos. A política da Arábia Saudita tem se concentrado na necessidade de transformar a economia e reduzir a dependência geral do país da exportação de petróleo. Seus planos econômicos priorizam o desenvolvimento da agricultura e indústria. Eu sei que no Rio Grande do Sul, a agricultura e indústria são partes principais da economia. No meu capítulo do relatório, eu escrevo mais em profundidade sobre isto, mas atualmente o Comando Geral de Tecnologia Aeroespacial tem programas aeroespacial e da aviação. Depois de passar pelo processo de aquisição, o portfólio de compensação atualmente inclui acordos de compensação que se aproximam de 4 bilhões de dólares US dollars, que inclui a CASA, Airbus, Albert Systems e o Eurocopter. No entanto, a coisa importante a notar para Rio Grande do Sul é a distribuição dos fundos recebidos dos offsets. Por exemplo, 3% do offset da VCX é distribuído à educação, 4% vai para workshops e treinamentos, 21% vai para investimentos em empresas brasileiras, 10% vai para treinamento e assistência técnica e etc. Esse tipo de contratos podem ajudar o Rio Grande do Sul a aumentar a agricultura e também os setores industriais.
Thanks, Aaron. Whoever talked to you Portuguese did an outstanding job. Congratulations.
Obrigado.
Any other question? No further question.
Agradecemos mais uma vez aos palestrantes deste painel e convidamos o senhor presidente da Câmara Texana de Comércio no Brasil, Max Paul, para o encerramento deste evento. Desejamos desde já um excelente final de semana a todos.
Bem, antes de encerrar, eu gostaria de convidar meu amigo Paulo, meu amigo Rogério, meu amigo Carlos, que acaba de pegar o telefone, se deu mal, ferrou-se todo, porque eu gostaria de fazer algumas considerações. Na verdade, nada disso que a gente está fazendo aqui hoje seria possível sem a participação de vocês, né? Carlos também, por gentileza, né? Mas, obviamente, que nós temos muito trabalho a desenvolver, né? E algumas pessoas não são tão visíveis assim. Inclusive, pessoas que estão, nesse momento, assistindo o que nós estamos transmitindo remotamente lá pelo Rio de Janeiro. A Lidiane, por exemplo, que acabou de me mandar uma mensagem, o Tiago, que ajudou bastante, o Diogo, o meu querido e estimado professor Rogério Terra, que hoje está aqui na frente, mas ele ficou o tempo todo na sombra, só que eu falei, olha, eu vou te tirar da shadow hoje, não vai ficar se escondendo, não. E o Cadu, que está ali. A Valéria já escapou, ela, não sei porquê exatamente, mas ela deu o golpe agora no final, né, mas eu também quero deixar registrada a presença dela aqui, assim como o golpe, porque ela, se ela saiu antes, então agora já está locada na carta. Mas vamos lá. Então, como eu ia dizendo, tudo que a gente faz, na verdade, é resultado de um trabalho de equipe. E hoje eu tenho a certeza de que a nossa equipe é muito maior. Que todos vocês aqui presentes e muitos dos que estão nos vendo virtualmente já entenderam que nós formamos uma equipe, né? E, por que não, uma família. Porque nós consideramos que, como eu, em determinado momento, fui escolhido pelo Texas, todos vocês também foram. E o meu convite não é simplesmente para o dia de amanhã, que a gente ainda tem uma festividade, vocês já foram convidados, já estão cientes disso, né? Mas é para que vocês se integrem, que vocês se relacionem, que vocês venham junto conosco nesse trabalho e nos ajudem a colocar tudo que a gente apresentou aqui em prática. Contestem, queiram conferir, atestem e nos ajudem a multiplicar os resultados. Então, como últimas palavras, eu ainda vou passar o microfone aqui, mas eu quero agradecer enormemente a todo mundo, o pessoal do áudio, por gentileza, a nossa mestre de cerimônias, que também gosta de ficar na shadow, né? Por favor, Carla. O pessoal da recepção, o pessoal da tradução, o pessoal que está lá fora, que fez a checagem das pessoas, temperatura, deu papelzinho, falou para ninguém ficar junto de ninguém, enfim, todo mundo, o pessoal que fez a limpeza. Eu queria agradecer a todo mundo, mas eu vou dar a oportunidade de cada um dos que estão aqui presentes, e vou começar pela dama, para suas considerações finais, porque ela também entrou para a família. Então, eu acho mais do que justo.
Bom, só me resta agradecer imensamente a oportunidade de estar aqui, agradecer a presença de vocês, agradecer a oportunidade de ter conhecido cada um de vocês e, enfim, fico à disposição para qualquer possibilidade e somente agradecer.
Primeiro, obrigado pela presença de todos, aqueles que estão remotamente, inclusive. Este evento é somente um ponto no tempo. Esse nosso relacionamento vai seguir, né? O objetivo do evento tem que ser bastante claro, né? Que é dar continuidade à retomada da economia, né? A gente já está cansado de usar essa expressão, mas é isto mesmo, né? O intercâmbio entre as universidades, fomentar o desenvolvimento econômico, buscar soluções, né? Talvez, muitas vezes, de maneira pioneira, às vezes não compreendido, e a gente vai navegar essas águas juntos, né? E a Câmara Texana está aqui para ajudar vocês, né? Neste processo de ganha-ganha, né? Levanta cedo, meu pai já dizia, Deus ajuda quem cedo madruga, né? Vamos lá. Obrigado.
Boa tarde a todos. Para nós que viemos do Rio de Janeiro, gostaria de agradecer a hospitalidade do povo gaúcho, né? Foram 2 dias muito gratificantes, né? De bastante trabalho, como o Max falou, foi muito trabalho até nós chegarmos aqui, né? Contactando os palestrantes, mídia, organizando uma produção de conteúdo até chegar nesse momento. Mas nós estamos felizes, né? Porque acreditamos que sairão bons frutos de todas essas ações que nós desenvolvemos durante esse tempo. Então, gostaria de agradecer e muito obrigado.
Bom, em primeiro lugar, meu agradecimento ao Max pela oportunidade de estar aqui, à Câmara Texana. Eu, como representante de uma empresa, vamos dizer, particular, que hoje, associada à Câmara de Comércio, tenta promover aí a possibilidade de colocar no exterior, principalmente para o Texas, as oportunidades de negócio e de cooperação. Eu só tenho a agradecer ao Paulo, ao Max e a todos aqui, a recepção, ao Rio Grande do Sul. Eu tenho uma pequena origem aqui, a minha avó era de Venâncio Aires, e eu tive a oportunidade, muitas vezes, de estar por aqui, e na infância, e com muito boas recordações. A todos, muito obrigado.
Bem, por último, mas não menos importante, eu queria fazer uma menção aqui a duas pessoas que eu não tratei antes. Uma é o John Coutinho, que apareceu várias vezes no vídeo. Até outro dia a gente estava junto, eu tive o privilégio de levá-lo no aeroporto, e digo isso não porque eu quisesse despachá-lo, mas é porque eu tinha certeza que eu estava levando um amigo que vai voltar daqui mais algum tempo para nos ajudar, já nos ajudou e continuará nos ajudando, seja onde ele está nesse momento, nos Estados Unidos, seja aqui. E o outro é o Diego, que foi mencionado rapidamente na palestra. Nós tivemos o privilégio de ter o primeiro estagiário do programa Texas Global, né, e eu diria, como a professora perguntou, né, que vale muito a pena. Eu acho que realmente deve-se explorar essa oportunidade, né, e a gente está muito feliz com todos que integram, então, essa equipe de trabalho. Mas renovo o meu convite. Todo mundo aqui está intimado a participar doravante das nossas atividades. Dito isso, então, só tenho a dizer, vocês tenham um ótimo final de tarde. Hoje vamos ter jogo de futebol, certamente vamos dar aquela paulada nos argentinos, né, os nossos amigões. E amanhã temos festa o dia todo, para comemorar, para trocar ideias e tudo mais. Então, muito obrigado, dou por encerrada a atividade do dia de hoje e até amanhã, se Deus quiser.